be our panelists in this session. And we have a sustainable energy that we are developing. Since last year, green economy has become a basic rooftop actually in this manner, and I have a video to show the program to you. Let's watch it first and then let's give the floor to our participants.
İklim değişikliği küresel ekonomiyi dönüştürüyor. Aşırı hava olayları, hızla değişen mevzuat yeniden yapılanıyor. Türkiye, 2021 yılında Paris Anlaşması'nı onaylayarak bu zorlu duruma önemli bir yanıt verdi ve sera gazı emisyonlarında 2053 yılına kadar net sıfıra ulaşma hedefini açıkladı. Bu hedefler daha temiz hava, daha ucuz ve güvenli enerji ve daha dayanıklı ve rekabetçi bir ekonomi vaat ederken aynı zamanda daha yeşil bir finansal sistemi ve yeşil yatırımlarda önemli bir artışı da zorunlu kılıyor. Yeşil Ekonomi Finansman Programı GEF, Türkiye'deki finansal sistemin yeşil dönüşümünü hızlandırırken toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliğine duyarlı ve iklim odaklı yatırımların artmasına katkı sağlayacak. Bu finansman, GEF Türkiye anlaşmalı banka ve leasing kurumları tarafından bireylerin, işletmelerin, yeşil ürünlerin satıcı ve üreticilerinin ve pek çok farklı sektördeki işletmenin yüksek performanslı yeşil teknoloji yatırımlarının fonlanması için kullanılacak. GEF programında ilk defa anlaşmalı finans kuruluşları ve işletmeler, iklim ile ilgili risklerin ve fırsatların belirlenmesi, yönetilmesi ve beyan edilmesi konusunda ücretsiz teknik desteklerden faydalanacaklar. Kurumsal iklim yönetişimini iyileştirmek için verilen bu destek, uluslararası pazarlara ve finansmana ulaşma koşullarını iyileştirirken, sağlayacağı dekarbonizasyon ve yenilikçilik sayesinde Türkiye ekonomisi için yepyeni kanallar açacak. GEF Türkiye, EBRD tarafından geliştirildi ve Temiz Teknoloji Fonu, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Hazine ve Maliye Bakanlığı tarafından desteklenmektedir.
Well, we had the opportunity to briefly explain about the program. So we have a net zero target, of course, and the renewable energies impact is very much important. In the last period of time, there's an increasing potential here, especially in the solar energy systems. From each and every one of you, I want to learn what your loans are for this issue and what you're doing as an institution, and what are the opportunities, what are the difficult parts of it. And I'd like to give the first floor to Mr. Levent. Yes, thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to welcome each and every one of you. I hope we'll have a good discussion. So, of course, we in solar energy, we have a great amount of increase. Actually, when we take a look to the past of solar energy, there is an adventure of 15 years. So it's the 15th year of SolarEX, as far as I can see. Actually, it's a young and dynamic sector. And in this 10 years of adventure, first and foremost, we have started with Parlagese, and the energy sector has also its self-consumption processes that occurred, and now we have 8,500 megawatts of installations, and the total is 10,500, which is at about 9% of solar potential. But about future, there is a lot of steps to be taken, and we have seen it in self-consumption in the agriculture. Ended. Solar system consumption is ended. We need to actually take big steps upon it as well, because we see that the potential is great since its return of investment is really in great of amounts. And we are making panels here, and my friends and we all are making visits in the fields, and that's the reason why we try to explain how it is important that we make the self-consumption. And we have this threshold. This threshold is accessed. Now people are thinking, what to do, what EPS should I do, with which financial institution I should finance it. 3 years ago, the situation was a little bit harder. We couldn't explain it well, but according to the energy costs, and on the other hand, the public and private sustainable energy issues brought us up here. And in the financial sector, we see that things are getting much easier, because as we're trying to talking about this, when we first talked about it, we tried to persuade people about this, but we don't need to do it anymore. In leasing, our total investment, all of the investment finances are coming, 5% of them are coming from green energy. On 2020, it increased up to 7%. So there is a great amount of an inclination here. Now, what is the situation here? What you want to do? All of the investments that we want to do here is 10% of all the investments that we make should be actually made on green energy. So we are really hungry to do that. And last year, actually, we have seen it and observed it in our own numbers. On 2002, we were at about 100 megawatts of self-consumption green energy finances. In 2003, it's similar to the previous year. And we have right now financed 35 megawatts. These are positive tables.
Burada zorlukları var mı derseniz, bir zorluk var işin gerçeği. Burada en temel zorluk zaman ve zamanın türevleri. Nedir burada zamandan kastettiğim? Bugün güneş enerjisi santrali kurmak isteyen bir firmanın termin problemiyle karşı karşıya. Tedarikçiye gittiğinde paralelleri ne kadar sürede tedarik edeceği bir termin problemi. Yasal otoriteyle bir termin problemi yaşıyor. Yani izinlerin alınması, çağrı mektubunun alınması, bu tip sürü bürokrasinin biraz daha kolaylaşması gerekiyor. Burada bir termin problemi var. Bir de biz finansmancılarla masaya oturduğunda bizde de bir vade problemi yaşıyor. Yani 3 tane aslında zamanın türevlerini zorluklar olarak söyleyebiliriz, sektörde özetleyebiliriz ama.
So these are actually the problematic issues. But still, the solar energy finances are really helping the cash flow and the profitability on the institutions. And for the world, as we all know, we're talking about a sustainable world. And in the last periods of time, we have seen how important that is. And that's the reason why self-consumption is very much important. And people are going to regard it as the focal point, I suppose. Thank you very much. You kept up with the time properly. Thank you very much. Mr. Volkan, as the Industrial Development Bank, what are your opinions about this? Thank you very much. First and foremost, welcome. I suppose there might be some guests that do not know TSKB. Well, as Industrial Development Bank, we are an investment bank that has been founded in 1950. And today, as for sustainability, we are on a long-term mediating for the investments. We are bringing loans. Loans can be in Turkish liras and in dollars. All investments that are sensitive to environment is delivered by us. Of course, environment is our most important scopes. In our portfolio, 50% of our portfolio is about renewable energy production, and 40% is the finances of renewable energy. And as a Turkish Industrial Development Bank, we do not have individual customers, but we are receiving actually assurances from abroad. And as for solar, since 2014, we are actively making our works on it. We are promoting this sector because it's an environmental friendly sector. It is easy to spread around, and on the other hand, it can easily involve into any kind of a facility. Does it have hardships? Of course, I'm going to be talking about these hardships as well. But taking a look to the previous projects, as for the return of investments, in 3 or 4 years, for finance point of view, 5 or 6 years there will be an actually return of investment as far as we can see. And since the technology is very fastly developing in the solar energy area, there are different types of technological developments, and in a positive way, these investments are returning very easily right now back. And as a bank, of course, after the new amendments in law, in the codes, of course, there are certain sectors in which we can be involved, like tourism, aluminium, steel and iron. We are receiving a lot of investments from these sectors, and of course, these plants are easily been planted and installed very fastly. And as it is said before, procedural, the documentation, there are some certain hardships, but of course it's becoming easier. The ETCB companies and also the project feasibilities are made and bringing up projects. So the investors can make their projects without dealing with these bureaucratic issues. But there's a thing that I have to say. Now, the capacities are a little bit limited, and that's the reason why the field that you are buying, and the quality is very much important, even though it doesn't have an agricultural quality. There can be some certain problems next to the forestry area. How can that be a problem? Not in Turkey, perhaps, because you have already your permissions, but your company, if it's an global exporting company and is working with global companies, and if you are making a solar area next to a green area, you cannot actually visit that area in a very proud way, because you are actually you are actually putting there a solar energy area, which can bring up a negative point of view. And as for finances, we have been talking about finances. We are giving a long-term loans, but right away, the investors do not want to generally use the foreign currency, due to the financial situation right now. But unfortunately, as for Turkish liras, the long-term financing cannot be found. Even though there is, it can only be limited with 3 or 4 years. But if you go in abroad, all of the actually other finances can be much more longer, and it's more it can create a positive impact. If you are an exporter, if you have a currency income, then you can use the currency loan and you can finance these types of investments easily. So as for solar, of course, Turkey has a lot of steps to be taken, and as for storaging, there is a new regulation that has been enacted. As for the development in storaging, in solar side, of course, Turkey's potential is very high. Let me give you an example. The solar time in Germany and Turkey, when compared, in Turkey there's a 7 to 8 hours of a solar impact. However, in Germany there is a 4 or 4.5 hours of a solar impact. So in Turkey there's an 8-9 gigawatts. So in Germany there is a higher amount of gigawatts. But this is a fact that Germany is using a lot of solar installations, and so that is to say that in Turkey, when installed the solars, we will have indefinitely a higher megawatts of energy indeed. Do I have time? Now, in the next period of time, we're going to be talking about the expectations of the sector. Let me give you an example. The exporting companies that are working with the foreign companies, in order to have a carbon zero basis, fundamental, then of course they have to actually work around this environmental and renewable energies. The earlier they start, the earlier they can actually develop their markets. And Mr. Özcan, in Yapı Kredi Leasing, what is the situation? How do you evaluate the situation? Thank you very much, Mr. Güliz. First and foremost, I'd like to thank GEF a lot, because The right sources are brought to the right people. They are bringing up great impact. I suppose it's a great value for Turkey, and I would like to thank you and your whole team. Thank you very much. Of course, I am a person working in the leasing sector, and I'm going to answer questions according to the prospect of Yapı Kredi. And when we take a look to the financial part of solar, I think we should actually take a look to the history. After 2017, we have started up an investment in solar. So before 2017, there was five times more of an investment has been made since 2017. So this is very much important. But when we take a look to our targets for 2035, we're talking about the 55 gigawatts of an expectation, and we want to have a greater share. What does that mean numerically? That means that each year 2.5 or 3 gigawatts of an investment should be made. That means that in $2.5 billion of a financing should be found for solar each year. So this is very much important. Of course, all the financial institutions have to focus themselves on this. And we as a sector, of course, in the solar investments, leasing is a good investment. Why? Because when we take a look to the shareholders, the shareholder, the EPC, the investor, we bring them extra opportunities. For instance, in the EPC, and then also on the other hand, and the supplier side, we give advance money so that they can become more stronger in financing their investments. And from the side of the customer and investor, there's a fixing of the currency rate. Since we are fixing the currency rate, the investment has not been affected from the fluctuation of the currency rates. From the SMEs, of course, there's also an incentive given, and this has been created by guests, and this is very much important for the SMEs. If we do not give an incentive, there is a VAT advantage here when in leasing. There's an advantage in VAT when you get a leasing. So you do not have to do it for a whole. You can have a leasing for a panel or for something else. You can make it 50 watts of an investment or 20 megawatts of an investment. But the most important thing here is, the most valuable thing here is the banking limits are been used by the operation side of the banks, and it can be very much easily sold on the other side. So we have given them space to move much more easily. Of course, with the resources that we are finding, we are orienting the investors, and we are creating a space for them. And of course, what about the leasing sectors? What are the players of the leasing sector? On behalf of Yapı Kredi Leasing, approximately, when we take a look to the third quarter, there is a 20% of a market share, and of each 5 operations made by us, and in total there is an investment of 450 megawatts, which is only made by us. So solely, we have made 5% of the whole. Which, taking a look to the leasing side, 10% is made by us. As Mr. Levent has said, the leasing sector on the other side is very much is very eager to do this, and we share from the sources side. There are positive, negative aspects. The negative aspects are the conjecture in the situation of the world and Turkey, of course. But we have an advantage. The foreign sources, when we finance renewable energy, they are giving us a lot of actually advantages. IFC, EBRD have given a loan finances more than $250 billion. So that's a great amount here. As Mr. Volkan has said, the terms are in an interval of 5 to 7 years, which is giving the investors an opportunity, I believe, and I can continue in the second part tour. And we, as GEF, on the other hand, are very much happy to work with you banks, you leasing banks, in this manner, because you're bringing up a lot of contribution. Right, and Yes, we have been talking about the opportunities and also the hardships of this area, these fields. But on the common point, we see that the banking institutions, in their credit loan portfolio, they have a great amount of an actually share for renewable energies. So within this process, we see that this is developing as well. In the next period of time, we are expecting a similar thing. What about the loaning processes? So can you evaluate about the leasing processes? What were we looking in the during the past times, and what are we going to check for the future? So what will be your supports as well in the next coming future? If you can elaborate about this, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, tax both as sector and both as guarantee BBVA, it is one of the first priority financing instruments of us. It showed us the self-consumption solar power plant. Yes, they are an additional finance, but they do not create an additional finance load for them, because if you do it, you don't have the company, you don't need the company to create a new spending. So let's give an example. If you want to build a solar power plant for a self-consumption, the installed power capacity, the last 2 years power consumption, and the energy amount they will create. If they meet all of them as a whole, then it will be just a Turkish lira installment plan will be provided to them for a bill, like an electricity bill. They do not pay their electricity bill, but they pay their actually leasing, because they are paying their electricity bill, but instead of paying it, they are paying the installments of the leasing. So as Can Bey mentioned, in the self-consumption financing, leasing at the third, EPC, or the supplier, we have 3 legs here. So first, both for the EPC and the customers, benefits are considered by us. So their efficiency analysis, they will have, for example, if they have 350 megawatts of power plants we have installed, which EPC firm has which experience in the field. We present them all to the customer, and then we talk about what are their past experiences, do they have a cooperation with us, or we have worked with 8 or 9 with EPC firms, and we have made an agreement, a goodwill agreement with them, and also we analyze the efficiency of the sector, and then we provide them some advantages. So it's also actually we see in a more positive way. Do we have any negative examples or any negative considerations? Yes. Do we denied any projects? Actually, we don't have any. So what is the negative points? So, this is a self-consumption project. Some of our companies, they just give the legal authorities allow you only to have the installed power of the double of the installment power you are using. So for the self-consumption and a bit over, we actually prefer the projects which are for self-consumption and a bit over the amount a bit over your self-consumption, but we do not take it very positively if you actually want to double your installed power. If you want to sell it, we do not take it positively actually. So this regulation was not accepted last year. Our customers actually mentioned about that last year. Our participant asked about that, but now there is a limitation. So I don't know if there will be any new limitations, but we do not like the deviations from the purposes of the projects, and both as the sector and both guarantee BBA leasing, the process is very fluid and clear actually. The challenges and preventions are just, for example, the termination process. For example, the Turkish lira is a period problem. Yes, for foreign currency we don't have a problem because you can finance a project which has a 5 year or 6 years of term on foreign currency, but for Turkish lira, We just think that we should prefer Turkish lira financing because the state doesn't have guarantee about that. So there's a problem about term in the Turkish lira currency. So for the green energy financement, we have a huge support as the state. You know, it started with GF and with you, of course. But the advantages and even the loan GF gives us is for 24 months. So for when the foreign currency with a fixed interest rate, the long-term fixed rate points are a bit problematic for us right now. Which points we can actually consider? For example, it can be once in a year or twice in a year, or with different options. We can maybe show a less risky or foreseeable installment plans. As Özlem Hanım mentioned, we talked about when these terms will be more extended. It will be extended, and it will create longer resources and more fixed costs. Actually, I can say, and then it will be more both for the examples will be increased. But despite all these challenges, like the fixed costs, resources, etc. But with these finance cost, with this financing cost, I think that self-consumption power plants shall be installed. We said it yesterday, we said it last year. The people who did it 2 years ago are now financed their investments, and they are now in profit. So with some costs, some of our companies say that they will have some challenges, but when we have a look to the future conjuncture and making these investments right away, right now, will be a good point to pave the way of Turkish industry to have more clear future. Actually, I can have a clearer future. Thank you. Volkan, as Sanayi Kalkınma Bank, what do you talk about? What are your expectations? Actually, Levent summarized it. I can add it. Yes, I agree with all the points you have said. So what we are doing in a different way, but how we analyze the projects. Yes, the challenges are that we cannot have a fixed price rate because of Turkish lira term. But I think that in long term it will be solved. We can make a long term foreign currency, euro or dollar terms, or we can make even the terms as not for 9 years or 10 years. But for Turkish lira, yes, because it's a variable, we can go up to 9 or 10 years again. But for TL REF, if it is a risk for the investors and customers, yes, it can be a risk because we cannot foresee the rates for Turkish lira. But when the terms are 9 or 10 years, the cost planning and calculation will be more actually logical. So we have a different point. We have an engineering team in our body with this difference. So they work on the project like even the bank is already making it. It's as if they're its own project. Like they check their credibility, they check the loan for the we do not give the loan. We give them the as per the invoices, for example. We do not give the loan as a whole. We have to give it in parts. In different installments, and we even make some field visits to audit the field. We both have a sociologist, and also we go to the field and talk with the neighborhoods there. Yes, we of course we trust the permissions they got. If it is a field, it's an agricultural field, or if it is if the investors if the neighborhood there will complain about the power plant, or if it is an area that animals are there, etc. So we try to keep the pace, and we try, if there is no complaints, yes, we continue the investment, but if there is a complaint, we talk about which action plans the company can take, and we put it as a condition. So then it can be a benefit for the neighborhood people there too. So we can have a longer term financing, and in addition to that, yes, for the treasury transactions, yes. For fixing Turkish lira rates, yes, we can use it for minimizing the risk. But I can say that if you have an agreement with an EPC, the cash flow of EPC show the project in a very positive way. So we can say, for example, in the last quarter, for many hotels, for example, in Antalya, they say that my project will give its loan in 3 years, and according to our pricing model, for example, we make a project and we said that it is not a project which can pay itself in 3 years, because the energy price which can pay off, because the EPC firms making projections in the contemporary rates, in updated rates, they think that the finance will pay off in different terms. But we think that we actually take it in a more conservative way. With 6 or 7 years, we can give the terms the customer wants. And if they want a longer term, we can also say that you should pay yourself with the cash if you need. But they don't. Sometimes they want to get the finance in 3 years. So if you pay attention to these terms as the investors, so you will not pay this loan with your self resources, with your main resources. So that if you organize the installed empowerment, it will be a more feasible investments that everyone can do. So instead of having its cost, it has, of course, it has an effect on carbon emissions minimizing, and it can make you more preferred by the foreign investors, foreign companies. Ercan Bey, what is your expectations about Yapı Kredi leasing, about these points? For self-consumption, I actually think that we should also have a look about the licensing too, because our investments evolved in the investment part of giving the license. Yes, you stress the investment feasibility, you establish the company, you think about the cash flow. It is a closed circuit, yes, and you observe it and you go in a more comfortable way and progress it. But for the self-consumption, yes, there are advantages and disadvantages. The biggest plus is, of course, it is actually about lowering the expenses and having an efficiency. So the company is already consuming it. So will they continue consuming it? This is the question. So because the conjuncture here, actually, the sector the company is in, the thing is going on in the sector. We always talk about the continuity of this structure, actually. For example, IT sector, for example, it was in a very good position, but because of the pressure on the companies, now the rates cannot be deferred by them. So we see capacity lowering in the point here. So we see that their efficiency is a bit lower, and then there is a financing oppression on them now. There's a financing pressure on them. So we think about mostly the continuity of the company. So what do we do? Yes, as Serhat Bey said, we have a look about their 2 years consumptions. We stress their underline about how about which currency they are winning, which currency they are losing, and then they will have. If we see that they will not have any problems in 2 years, yes, we do the loaning. But leasing is having an important approach here, and I think that they are now in a good position. For example, the roofs of the mostly are giving as a mortgage, for example, to another finance institution. For example, an A finance has a mortgage on a building and leasing having as rooftop power plant point. So it actually, we have trusted actually, we have a trust about the project. So what we did as Yapı Kredi Leasing, this was that, but what do we expect for future? After the freedom in the region distribution lines, of course, the things have changed because the rooftops has a limited space and now it is more on the fields, but the associations and cooperatives will come to us. I think it will be an increasing trend, and so ticket size will increase, and there will be maybe upon the garage, upon the summer houses, there will be these demands about that with the evolving technology. Storing systems are a different space. I think they will be an indispensable part of this sector, and wind power is also another thing if as an addition. Charging stations are, for example, important. If they are being increased people will want actually solar energy for meeting the demands of charging stations. So when we have a look to the world, yes, we have done a lot, but we see that we are in the beginning on the road actually when we have a look to the world's development. So we are very ready for all these new items, I can say. That's all. So I hope in SolarEX we will talk about these different items. So we have started in a bit late. We can have maybe 2 minutes of Q&A. Maybe I can give a note. In booth 13, we have a stand in GEF Turkey. There are friends there who can answer your questions and your demands, so that we can transfer your demands to these financing institutions. I can get your questions if you want. Hello, I have a question. I work in Aktif Yatırım Bank in Project Finance Director. I would like to ask for the unlicensed gas or for the self-consumption power plants. I think self-consumption have two developments, because there is we cannot get the stock because they are not we cannot get the guarantee in terms of bonds. How do you overcome these challenges? Because you say that I have a finance model like making the customer to pay the installments like as if they are paying an electricity bill. How do you actually overcome the challenges in terms of having the warrants actually? So having the warrants actually to Levent Bey, I would like to ask it to him. So in the fields, for example, which the state has the guarantee, yes, there is no risk. If they are building the power plant in the field, then the state is your counterpart. There is the party, because you only have the risk of EPC contractor. It is one of the easiest loans in the world. But now, in terms of loan audits, as Özcan Bey mentioned, if this company will continue their activities, if they will continue to pay electricity bill, leasing or TSKB will pay their installment, because the state has the guarantee of purchasing from them. We are having actually the best moments, the peak moments of this sector now. So in the table we are seeing now, yes, the companies are actually a bit eliminated and then they apply. So for a 1 megawatt, it's around $850 for example, $50,000 for example. So for these investments, for people who take a risk for making these investments, their feasibility are already valuable, and you see the payoff. Because as the loaning institutions, we see that the companies know that what is the balance sheet, what is the load of debts, what is the investments. They work with very good CFOs. So We don't have challenges in terms of warranty. Yes, we just think that if this company continue their activities, we see the risk. The only risk is the activity risk. If we don't see any risk, we do not create a warrant, a guarantee, because if we say yes that this company will continue, yes, we say that okay. So in addition to that, if this facility do not get a disposition, of course, there are financiers both for the panels and for the technical equipment. They are all the warrants are on the bank or leasing, but the mortgage of the field is important. Because the value of the field is important here, because its mortgage value is higher if it's used for a power plant, So if there is because we finance them in a specific staff resources and investment costs, it can pay off. So if in these distribution lines you have, in the distribution regions, yes, you have your guarantee and you can easily sell it to another company or change it, I can maybe add that for the firms who are having solar power plant investments, we are mostly working with A+ customers. Actually, they are already in a selected portfolio, because they already made these fictions, they already made these projections for 5 years, etc. So it is actually a very satisfactory rate. Actually, any further questions? Okay, I think no. So then I can maybe close the panel. I would like to extend my thanks to our precious, for your precious ideas. And the topic is well handled, I think. Thank you so much. Levent Bey, Garanti BBVA Leasing, Sınai Kalkınma Bank, and Özcan Aydan, Yapı Kredi Leasing. Thank you for thank you for expressing your ideas. Thank you for your participation. We are in the booth. We are waiting for you. You can talk about your demands there. Thank you.
pasión, pues siento que he encontrado felicidad.
da
Evet,
değil
oradan
galiba. Hemen
şeydi.
açık.
Açık.
Alpan Hoca
Tamam.
şey yaptı.
Başlayalım. Tamam.
Oturumumuz başlıyor. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Welcome. This is the session about the agriculture. Yes, I will be I'm coming from Solar 3 gigawatt, General Secretary Özge Özeke. Our speakers, would you please introduce yourself? Then we will continue with the questions because we have limited amount of time. Bahadır Bey, the floor is yours. Hi, Yusuf Bahadır Turhan. I'm the Executive Board Chairman of Solar 3 gigawatt. Talat Özden. I'm the unit coordinator. Yes, he's inaudible, yes. Okay, do you hear me now? Talat Özden, Middle East Technical University, UNAM, unit coordinator. My name is Ali Erdem, Simamam PV Stelba Group, regional director, German company. Thank you very much. Talat Bey, let's start with you. What is Tarım GES? We published a report about it, and we would like to have more discussions in that regard. Tarım GES, agriculture GES, means that the priority is going to be given to the agriculture, and the electricity production is also going to be made. It's not the agricultural irrigation or solar energy plant next to the farm field. It's going to contribute hugely to the agriculture. Talat Bey, why agriculture, solar energy power is that important? You do have a project in that regard. Yes, it is very important. Agriculture, SCP, solar energy power. What it is not? It's not a photovoltaic plant next to the irrigation channels. When we say tarım GES, agriculture GES, on the field where there is agricultural activities or greenhouses, or we might say animal husbandry or fish husbandry, the integration of the photovoltaic systems. When we say integration, we mean that if it is cultivating fruit or vegetable or fish, it is going to be given priority, and the fertility is going to be given priority in terms of farm production, and the second priority is to produce the energy. And of course, here we are talking also about the productivity of energy production. The dual usage of the field is going to be provided. There is going to be an agricultural product and also energy production. So the productivity ratio is above actually 100%. Energy crisis, water crisis, and from that perspective, it is of great importance. The motivations of the countries might be different about agricultural SCP, solar energy power systems. Dutchland, for example, they can't find enough of fields for renewable energy. They do agriculture gas in the same field, but in our country, we do have water shortage issues, and we will experience it in a worse level in the upcoming days. As the climate change increase the average temperature, field farming is affected negatively, and these photovoltaic systems on fields, farming fields, can have a positive effect on that regard as well. Photovoltaic systems integrated with farming, if it is done properly, it's going to contribute hugely to the farming. Thank you very much for this introduction. Ali Bey, I will continue from this point. In Europe, agriculture gas. What was the motivation behind it? We are one of the first companies practicing it, and we do have many references both in Dutchland, Germany, France. In my opinion, I think it was born as a result of a need and an issue. The needs in farming and energy production, the field scarcity. At the beginning, marginal fields were used. In the first step, the field accessibility, was an issue, and the number of fields were not increasing. After a while, the project developers discovered it as a new opportunity for the farmers, and this project started with big farming families. The fields belong to big farming families in Europe. It was difficult to find new fields, and they started looking for an alternative, and that was the reason that this practice was born in Europe. This was not only about energy production, it is also beneficial for farming. There is a dual usage. Energy production and farming can be done simultaneously. Up until now, solar energy was considered to be harmful to the farming, but it was discovered that it wasn't true, and it can be proven scientifically without giving any harm to the farming fields and not interfering with the farming activities. It is even beneficial to those activities. Here, what matters the most is that what is the difference, design difference. Solar energy plants, solar plants are not made as we had done in the past. We integrate these panels according to the farming activities. Special panels are being used. The cells of the panels are semi-transparent, and each plant has a specific lux value as a need. And when you are above or below it, that plant is being given harm, and we are knowledgeable about that. Apple, for example, we know how much of sun it needs to grow during the year. So with such designs, the farmers can control it. If there is an apple, let's say, greenhouse, they pick up the power, the lux level of the panels. They protect their greenhouse. They used to put foil in order to protect them from the sunrise or the precipitation or other weather disasters. They don't need it right now. They don't need any synthetic material to do so. And there is one more advantage that we hadn't thought before. After this practice, not only the solar power, but the water amount can be adjusted. And this system can provide it with the needed water as well. The chemical usage need, pesticides I mean, decreased, because you use the pesticide and next day it rains and it doesn't work. But right now the farmers use less pesticides or fungicides, and these pesticides are of very high prices, so the costs decreased and the products are more natural because they don't have to apply those pesticides, and it becomes a little bit more natural and environmental friendly. Apart from that, it's easy to irrigate. It protects the plants and crops and decrease in the need of pesticide use. And apart from that, environmental friendly. You don't use a separate foil. They're costly and it is difficult to assemble them. So there is a huge profit They don't need to spend money on such items. And apart from that, it produces electricity, and this electricity can either be used for irrigation, I mean internal needs, so it's a logical solution. When you put them all together, it's a win-win model. In Turkey right now, solar energy plants, the perception of them giving harm to the farming fields are not valid anymore, because we do have the systems, new designs, which can be used simultaneously with farming activities. And it's a win-win situation, and it is applicable for many different crops and products. Let me give you an example. It is valid for the pear, for apple, for avocado, for lemon, avocado, berries, olive, grape. You can use it for all the products. And we do have a second parallel system apart from that. And in this parallel system, it is like a roof. It is put next to each other, and the space between two panels are being used for the other products, like the grain or the vegetable. So you say that there are numerous benefits of this system. Yes, we have already implemented it. They are not projects. We do have many examples and references of them in Europe, and they have been also uttered in scientific articles. So we hope to see it in Turkey as well. Bahadır Bey, what is your perspective? In Turkey, how can we open the path for that development? First of all, we need to change the perception. When we would like to have a solar panel in a field, you need to get the approval. It should be a marginal dry field. If you can't get that approval, you can't implement that project, and it is ridiculously strictly audited. You know that supplying support systems can also be established. You can add a panel. You can do that. And in the field of those plants, it is being considered as a housing zone. Even if it is in the housing zone, you need to get the approval from the authorities that this field is not proper for farming. Yes, we need to protect our fields, farming fields, but this system is protecting our fields, and at the same time you can produce solar energy simultaneously. We do have such a practice in the world, and here we are 4 experts talking here, and we are well-educated people. So we say that it is increasing the productivity of the farming activities, and we can simultaneously produce electricity. I think we need to change the perception, and we need to have an effect on the lawmakers in the field of farming, and they need to stop and think, maybe there's something new. But we are having serious challenges in that regard. Solar megawatt, 3 megawatt, as our company, we were trying to come up with this report in order to do so, because with the increasing effects of the climate change, this agriculture solar energy power plants are more convenient for the farming activities. Yes, solar panels are going to be more widespread, but it's going to be beneficial for farming. Solar technology has already proved itself. Here we are creating a synergy here, and we will protect our farming activities. We will increase the yield and productivity in the farming activities. Our distinguished speakers mentioned about the advantages already. How are we going to do that in Turkey? We need to change the perception, especially at the level of lawmakers. A field, for example, you can set up solar panels in a field for 1.5% of it. If we use our farming fields, we do have a potential of 11 gigawatts solar energy, and you will continue your farming activities. So this is very productive. We can create a program in order to do so. How are we going to do that? We need to change the perception, and we need to work on this matter. I don't think that there is an issue in the financing dimension, because when we say green energy financing, there are many financing opportunities. We don't need any extra thing. Us as SolarEX gigawatt, we do have without tender, without incentive model, we can do that with special model that we created, and also the model of renewable energy supply agreements, PP to a additionality model. If we can bring it to our country, the only difference, that field, if it is a different type of farming field, there should be a stipulation, and then the investor is going to include it in their feasibility report. We can protect the farming activities, and we can increase the productivity of farming activities, and we will have clean energy. Thank you very much. Talat Bey, let me continue with you. We were discussing before, we can make use of the sun as much as we can. It might be used in the farming activities or on top of the buildings in an integrated fashion. So this is the progressive outlook for solar energy, and agriculture is one of the most critical fields because of the energy crisis, the food crisis, etc. You do have some R&D studies in that regard. Could you please elaborate on them, because they're different from geography to geography? You're right. Why should we conduct R&D activities? Let me explain. In Europe, there is only one climate class, but in Turkey, we do have 7 climate classes in many geographies, in many regions. So a design built in Europe cannot fit our needs in Turkey in different regions. When we have this matter from this perspective, we need to conduct some R&D studies in Turkey for its specific conditions. And agriculture solar energy has recently entered in PV sector, and it needs to be examined and studied. The transparent panels is one of the new fields, for example. Maybe in the next step, spectrum selective panels are going to be designed. So it will be given, the energy will be given to the photovoltaic cell, and the spectrum needed by the plant is going to be given by those selective panels, So that's the future. We are working on such matters as well. Us as Metü Günam, we do have a sub-unit in module technologies, photovoltaic systems integrated to agriculture. 5 projects were submitted. 4 of them were accepted. 1 is conducted in Ankara, Ayaş, in 1.5 acres. It is being practiced, and another project is going to be set up on fruit. Erzurum University is going to take part in that regard, and the other one is TAT Group, tomato and tomato paste producer, and we do have 2 EU projects. They will be working on spectrum selective panels with Denmark, Spain, and Turkey. We will have pilot facilities, and in 4 years, the studies will be completed. And along with Solat 3 gigabyte, we do have a project presented, TÜBİTAK Marmara, TAGEM, Solar 3 gigabyte, and Metü Günam. And in this project, when we do have established agriculture solar systems, the equipments that will be needed will be developed, because there are many equipment required. and they will be gathered in one center with an equipment, and the control algorithm is going to be studied. There are many studies and many projects in that regard. I don't want to go into too many details in that regard, but if you wonder, you can get more information in that regard.
Konuşurken
While we were talking about solar, you brought up some certain people bring up some certain ideas on solar about the ground. So here our whole focus here is the need of the plant, because for the farmer the most important thing is the need of the plant. We need to follow it. That's the reason why you cannot suggest anything that can harm the plant. Of course, the farmer is going to reject it long before the Ministry of Agriculture is going to reject it, because we try to find out the best for the plants. How much sun does it need? What is the order of the plant? How high should the plant be planted for a better production? These are all actually impacts that are affecting our designs, and we bring up the designs according to the situation. So sometimes, of course, a vehicle has to pass, and you need to also think about those passages as well. You can do it not only from scratch. You can do it in the greenhouses of apple farms, for instance. They have orders. Their series are different. Their irrigation is already determined. So we are just building up the solar here, and all the advantages for the solar is at the side of the farmer. So whoever is going to finance for this, we need to talk about the advantages. The farmer is decreasing, for instance, the pesticides. Their opportunities of irrigation is increasing. They having energy for actually utilizing their pumps. And from over the construction, you can create the irrigation system itself.
Sonra şöyle 3 aşağı 5 yukarı normalde biz şu anda ara açıklıkları.
So it is between 6 to 10 meters, this distance based on the system. We can actually make the space open 6 to 10 millimeters, and on the height, the threshold is 4.5 millimeters. And I'd like to touch upon something else. So now, in Turkey, maybe this is not perceived as such. However, it is like perceived, this is something marginal, this is something niche, but that's not the case. In our works from Europe, and thanks to the companies that we work with, this is what we understand. It's going to be a mainstreaming job, not a niche job. And we are an agriculture country. We are very assertive in agriculture. It's impossible to follow this area. It is going to be a loss for a country like Turkey if we do not follow the developments in this area. And there is another area that I'd like to mention. So we want less losses on the transmission in solar power plant. So there should be production and consumption at the same place. We let factories build solar panels on rooftops. But what is the sin of the farmers? They should be able to install power plants in their own fields, farms, in their own farms where they work. They should be allowed to install solar power plants. Otherwise, it's a double standard, which is not fair. Yes, you are very right, very just, and in these existing areas, this is also something important, because as if it is understood that as if it should be rebuilt. No, that's not the case. A lot of farmers have retreated from doing agricultural activities because they couldn't meet these needs. So I'd like to have another short tour until we finish this session. So what are the other parts that you want them to be smart? With a couple of sentences, what can you say? Well, Mr. Ali has touched upon very well. Well, it is going to be a mainstream application. So today we have our participants, our audience, maybe they are, I'm sure they are going to remember this in 4 to 5 years' time. In 5 years' time, we will be having farm and solar power plants, because solar power plants will be a mainstream for agriculture. I'd like to underline this fact again. This is an indispensable application for the continuity of our civilization, because we have drought today, and this drought could only be eliminated with this agricultural activities. Today we are in election process, and when you listen to election wise promises of the politicians, we can listen to old-fashioned promises like cheap oil and some cheap electricity. However, solar power plant is the basis of all kinds of future related solutions of the farmers. So we have to realize this. This is a revolutionary step. We have to be aware of this. So on the promises with respect to agriculture, I want to see agricultural photovoltaics, because we have investment, know-how, investors, and farm and field. But the thing that we need to do is to frame the legislation according to that, and 2 points should merge at one single point. I'd like to underline this fact once again. This kind of a thing is possible, R&D is made, but it should go beyond R&D. It should be commercialized as well. So we have to be looking at the side. This is all I'd like to say. So Talat Bey, what would you like to say? Well, yes, as an R&D person, I'd like to mention this. This mainstream will be, yes, possible. And in the future, I'm sure that it will be not only on the rooftops. In agricultural areas, we will have solar panels as well. But as Bahadur Bey has mentioned, legislation should be framed accordingly. And we need a Turkish data that could consider the conditions in our country, and those projects that we have previously stated should prioritize efficiency of the plantations. We need this design. Along with this methodology, when the power plants are installed, I'm sure agriculture in Turkey will get a great deal of benefit, especially Konya region, and lack of irrigation problem in Konya, because underground water goes down to 400 meters. And in those areas, I'm sure it will be very beneficial, and maybe the pattern of the farmers' plantation will be also changed. So less water-consuming plantation will be chosen, I'm sure. Yes, thank you so much. Ali Bey, what would you like to state? Well, I have to take your attention to another trend. When we talk about electric cars, electric vehicles, we see a lot of advertisements in our country as well. So there is this trend, because it's much about electric use rather than oil use. So as this trend is already available, most probably in the future, farmers will be also affected by this. For instance, their trucks, I don't think they will have oil problems, because you're not going to driving your tractor when you commute from one city to another, but it should be powerful. right? This is what you want out of a tractor. So energy prices and finance cost. This is a huge problem for a farmer because there is a time lapse in between when they earn their money and when they spend their money. There is a great deal of time difference. There is deposit difference, due difference, and insurance, etc. So they lose the amount that they normally are going to earn. And if it is also aggravated by a natural disaster, and if it is not insured with that, they can also lose their capital. And unless we make it profitable for the future, farmers are not going to recommend their children to be a farmer again. So right now we can't find some technicians, professionals. We don't have them. And in the future, we're not going to find farmers. So what is beneficial for a farmer will be also beneficial for a country. And energy cost is a big problem for farmers. And in the future, vehicles cost will be also changing. And I'm sure this area will be beneficial for our country. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have touched upon a great point. I'd like to thank you very much. And on your behalf, I'd like to thank our audience. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. Can we invite other speakers to the stage, please?
Galiba hızlı.
Merhaba, sesimi duyuyorsunuz herhalde.
Hello, I guess you can hear me. Well, first of all, welcome. Today we'll be talking about sustainability and decarbonization. Well, behind this meeting, there is a 6-year-old women platform, TWLE, that I am president of. Last year, we crowned our platform with an association, Green Colored Women Association was established, and we are in the sector. My name is Sedef Budak, by the way. I am the founder of this association and the platform that I mentioned. So today, along with me, I have very valuable friends of mine that I have known for many years from the sector. Çağla and Melissa are the experts of their areas, and we of course embrace women and men members, but in order to increase women visibility on the stage, we are going to have more women speakers. So thank you so much for your understanding. We have not reached equality yet, but our actions will continue till we reach the equality. Melis, welcome. Melis graduated from Sabancı University, Social and Political Sciences, and she also studied in Johns Hopkins University in international economics and energy areas. She worked in DEIC and World Bank in Atlantic Council, and as of 2015, she works in Eskarus as a director to Industrial Bank of Turkey. Çağla, welcome. Çağla is our very valuable colleague who stepped in carbon market. She is an expert in carbon market, decarbonization, environment and sustainability projects, and sustainable development. I'm not going to give the exact date in order not to reveal our age, but yes, I think we have a career of more than 2 decades. So we have a great deal of accumulation of experience and technology knowledge. And now sustainability is of course a flexible term. You can interpret it in any way that you want. Sustainability is used as an instrument for marketing, but it's not that easy actually. Sustainability is for providing the needs of future generations without compromising this ability, leaving resources to other nations, other generations. This is our definition of sustainability. The scarce resources like natural sources, water, energy could be sufficient for us, and they should be left to next generations for fair and just usage. So I'd like to ask my first question to Melis. Melis, as I've mentioned, sustainability is a very flexible topic. It could be interpreted in different ways, but you are an expert in corporate sustainability. What is corporate sustainability, and what is the reason of its being on the agenda of the companies? And how do you meet the needs of the companies in your own agency? Well, thank you, Sadef. You have define sustainability very well without stealing the needs of future generations, providing the needs of the today's generation. This is the need of sustainable. This is the definition of sustainability. And for companies to sustain their activities for today and understanding the future necessities and adapting themselves to the changes. This is an important definition of sustainability as well. Sustainability goes beyond corporate communication. It should be adopted for companies for their very existence. It's not only about marketing or promotional activities. It should be internalized, it should be adopted, and it should be supported with correct steps. Yes, in the long run, for companies to be more competitive and to reach sustainable profitability, they should embrace this perspective. So with this thinking, I think it should be on the DNA of the companies. It should be the way that they do their daily business. For that reason, we are talking about corporate sustainability. It's not only about something political, but companies should take it strategically. This is important. This provides a winning situation as well. They should adopt efficiency applications, and they should use this as an opportunity to develop their business. And you asked, what is the reason of sustainability being on the agenda of the companies? Let me answer this question. Well, in the first place, companies were held responsible and accountable in this respect, like some occupational health and accident issues and environmental accidents. Because of these reasons, it was firstly proposed as an obligation, but after some while, companies started to use this to redefine and structure their business. So on the women empowerment and opportunity equality and energy efficiency related issues, in anything that you see in a company, sustainability has been adopted, but it requires a holistic perspective. It should be taken strategically, then responsibilities and roles should be defined, processes should be defined, and a governance structure should be defined. So Iskarus enters into the scene in this respect. We are affiliated to a Turkish Industry and Development Bank, established in 2011, and in Turkey we help companies to draw their roadmaps, define their strategies, and it's a tailor-made solution that we provide to our companies, clients. Okay, Çağla, I'd like to give the floor to you. As of 2006, you've been working on carbon markets, and you have also made golden projects in Turkey. You have made credit and leasing sales and carbon-related projects. So how you entered into this market in the first place, and especially for the industrialists, this is something very important. I'd like to ask about the application of European Green Deal and what is the CBAM. I'd like to ask this question to you. Thank you so much. Well, yes. We know this as carbon trade or carbon market. This entered into our lives with Kyoto Protocol in 2005 with the Kyoto mechanism. I was in a wind energy company and I was writing my dissertation thesis on wind energy. I was one of the lucky women in Turkey. As a woman, I'd like to underline this because we're always talking this. As a woman, I'd like to emphasize this. As a person who was working on wind energy area, I was chasing after some novelties, and Kyoto Protocol was a mechanism for supporting renewable energies. There was this 2-to-1 compliance market, development market. This was the initiation of this process, and it was also taking my attention. Along with my company, we started to work about this. We went to London and other countries as well. So slowly but surely on the international level, we wanted to bring this process to our country, and we wanted to be beneficial to project owners and ourselves. And voluntary emission market in Turkey has reached a great amount. After China and India, Turkey has been ranked on the 3rd place. Including Global Carbon Council, around 500. I'm not sure about the exact number because each and every day it's increasing. We've reached hundreds of projects number in Turkey, and it has a good potential. But in the voluntary markets, are there some certain players, or else how is this happening? If a person says, I'd like to open a voluntary carbon market myself, is this possible? Well, this is a commodity trade, because there is standardization of commodity trade. You have to come up with some projects. It's all about projects. At least voluntary trade, voluntary carbon emission trade is based on the voluntarism. And in some flight options, if you would like to neutralize your flight, you could pay some price. Individually, you can only take steps in this way. And this market is project-based. And on the polluter side, those who are the polluters should prepare themselves to Europe and the world. It is in line with sustainability. And as you have mentioned, in the last year, European Green Deal has affected all of us. European Green Deal is also fit for 55. We could translate it in this way. And in 2050, carbon zero is the target for European continent. As you know, with the Russian and Ukrainian war and climate crisis prior to that, economic problems have emerged, and those problems were forcing this deal to be created. On top of this emission trade, European Green Deal was created, so Europe has tried to preserve itself, and CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, is something that all of us should do. We have to scale our carbon footprint, so it is not possible to pollute the environment, the weather. And as a company or individually speaking, unless you do something, you will be confronted with big obligations. So in the first place, it is going to be assumed as a pilot phase. It was initiated as January 1st, 2022, but then it was postponed to January 2023. Legislation that we had expected were enforced later because of those crises that I mentioned. Once in 3 months, in 3-year periods, reports will be prepared, and in our country, carbon-dense industries like iron, steel, aluminum, fertilizer will be affected the most because of this carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's going to be an obligation, and for carbon ton they are going to pay 100 euros. So this is going to be an influential, especially on the exportation side. But when we have a longer term and future perspective, this is sine qua non, this is indispensable for us to leave something good for the future. This is really crucial. Melis, I'd like to give the floor to you again. Well, I'm going to talk about the industry as well. So you prepare sustainability policies for industries, but why sustainability is on the very core and center of the companies? And what is the effect of CBAM or European Green Deal, or else are there different obligations for companies to have sustainability at the very center of their business? What is the importance of sustainability? Can you please give us some information? Well, thank you. Sustainability is like the carrot and stick for the companies, because on one side there's Green Deal, and because of Paris Agreement there are some sectoral roadmaps that companies should provide, and there are standardization works that should be also given. Sustainability reports should be prepared day by day. Companies should take steps they should change themselves, adapt themselves. But on the other side, this is providing the carrot effect. This is providing another adaptation effect. And at the very core, we can talk about financing resources, and there are changes on the expectations of the financiers, investors. So right now, EBRD, World Bank, and development banks and special private banks, I think they all put sustainability as the prerequisite. They ask sustainability points, sustainable scores, environmental scores of the companies that they work with, right? Absolutely, that is correct. Financial institutions, let it be national or international, doesn't matter. They firstly look at environmental performance in addition to financial performance. So it gives us the ESG related scores importance. We want companies to work on ESG, and on the social side there is equality on opportunities, equality on gender. But since when we have had this ESG concept? So ESG has been a new concept, but it's been around for a while. Sustainability has been around for 40 years, since 1970s. But ESG has been around since 2000s. But it has started with our environment. It started with the awareness of climate. Then new titles, environmental, societal, and governance-related titles were also added. Apart from these ratings, alternative financial resources are emerging, like this financier institutions or some other institutions in the renewable energy and special credit program preparation on the science, technology programs, women empowerment programs are created. I think this is very crucial. So as companies give importance to this topic, they could get more benefit of financial resources. That's why they are much more triggered to work on sustainability. So according to you, preparing of sustainability reports or making an ESG, do we have to be a real big company? Can SMEs do also work on the can SMEs also work on this ESGs? Well, it's all about putting the bricks on correct places. Step by step, you can create ESG. It's not possible to do all of them at the same time, but in EU, for instance, on SMEs, reporting directive is on the way. It will be with us in near future. So sector is evolving into this. As this subject progresses, situation will be also going into this direction. First and foremost, a proper structure should be adopted. This is important for sustainability. It's all about internalization, I guess. You have to have the will, and you have to be able to say, yes, I need to do this. I should be on this way so that my company can grow in a rational manner. And at the end of this growth, I can have good things, right? I can have good support. I think this is the way that we could summarize. Yes, you should stop pretending. Otherwise, you could not last long. No, you cannot have the DNA of it. I think the real purpose is to embrace the DNA. Thank you very much. So, Çağla, I'd like to give the floor to you again. What is the latest situation in terms of carbon trade? Are we going to have the voluntary carbon emission trade in Turkey? Many companies have given their commitments to do it in the future, especially in Eastern Bloc countries, in the EU. So what is the situation? What can you say? What about our country? What is the picture right now? If there is this emission trade, who is going to control it? What is the future picture of our country? Well, like I've mentioned beforehand, project-based voluntary emission trades has been in Turkey since 2005, 2006, and 2007. And as the years have passed, this issue has started to be settled on the ministry. PMI has been initiated in the ministry, and taxation or emission trades related discussions has been also on the ministry as well. Do we have the legislation? This climate law was actually proposed, but it has not been enforced yet. But after Paris Agreement, the relevant laws have been approved. So most probably, yes, we are going to have the law. We only have the voluntary emission trade project working. Right now we have measurable verifying integration, and in Turkey there is around 2,000 to 3,000 facilities approved by TÜRKAK. And in Turkey, on the side of ministry, you can think of it as a report. All the reports are on the ministry, and as of 2006, polluter-based reports have been on the ministry, coming from the cement and aluminum, steel, iron, fertilizer companies. So in the future, thanks to the CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism, will be much more important because it has already forced industrialists. Otherwise, industrialists will be facing with very high numbers that have to pay. That's why our works have been accelerated, because in the EU there is a statement. They say that if you have an emission trade system in your country, it should be registered, and this is an advantage for us. It should be also deemed as appropriate by the EU. China started in 2020, and in India and in the USA there are some states having the same trade market, but thanks to after Paris Agreement, many places have embraced this trade system on a voluntary basis. Let's say cement factory produces 80 units of carbon and you have 20 units left. You have to buy it from outside, but if you have 60, then you can buy it, you can sell 20. So it's all about thresholds and the border. So there's this mechanism. Other than that, and in the EU, I know that this has been also announced in the. No, it's not. It's going to be announced in the last quarter, based on each and every service. Certain price for carbon use will be determined. There's going to be a certain threshold. So based on your position below or above this threshold, you will be selling or buying carbon, and you are going to pay your duties tax on the customs, or else you're not going to pay this amount if you are on the threshold. But it's not certain. When the legislation is prepared, it's going to be determined. But at least emission trade system in the year 2024 will be initiated at the pilot stage. Okay, we have already completed our 30 minutes of time. We only have a couple of minutes. I'd like to thank you so much, and I'd like to thank our audience for being with us in this symposium. You have given us a great important information. By the way, you can reach our experts through their LinkedIn profiles, and I'd like to talk about 3 laws of sustainability. Sustainable development can protect nature, environment, gender equality, and equality on opportunities. It is ecologic, economic, and social aspects, and automatically Melis like you have mentioned, for SMEs and big companies, based on the business that you are dealing with, you will be guided in this roadmap. And as you all know, in 2017, United Nations announced Sustainability Development Goals. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and you have to choose one of those 17 goals and prepare your projects and develop them accordingly. And also, on the equality side, I can think of climate justice, because in the latest COP, with this lost and damage found, we have all experienced that. The most polluting countries of the world have not undersigned this document yet, should pay money to underdeveloped countries for polluting the weather. Highly big numbers have been uttered, but they should be collected and reimbursed to correct places. I don't know what's going to happen at the end. So radical promises should have been given by these countries. This is what I prefer. This is my personal idea. And last but not the least, in 2053 climate action plan of our country, we have carbon zero target. What do you think about this? Can we make it carbon zero really in Turkey? And when it will be possible, if it's possible, what can you say? Well, in order for us to exist in future, all countries should prepare a roadmap. And carbon neutral and carbon zero, they are two different concepts. However, I think we have to think of something. In the future, we have to be on a roadmap. This is correct. This is a correct approach. But in order to reach this target, sectoral roadmaps should be defined very well, and the roles and responsibilities of each and every sector should be defined. So we have a very busy agenda before us. Well, Çağla, what can you say? Well, to be honest, it's a long way, and we have to work very much individually and also on the corporate wise. We have to work very hard. 2053 is a bit assertive, but I hope that we're going to have great works for sustainability for our future. First and foremost, we have to promise to be sustainable in our own lives, then we can spread it throughout the country. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have questions, you will be more than welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
enerjisi temiz ve ekonomik enerji kaynağımızdır. Yenilenebilir enerji sektörünün en önemli aktörü güneş, nitelikli ve belgeli iş gücüne ihtiyaç duyar. Türkiye'nin Güneş Enerjisi Derneği Günder tarafından yürütülen Günder Mesleki Yeterlilik Merkezi projesinin amacı, çalışanların bilgi, beceri ve yetkinliklerinin Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yayımlanan ulusal yeterliliklere uygunluğunu tespit ederek belgeli iş gücü sağlamaktır. Teorik sınav ve performansı başarıyla tamamlayan aday belge almaya hak kazanır. Günder MYM'nin hedefi, Türkiye'nin güneş enerjisi sektöründe ihtiyaç duyulan nitelikli ve belgeli insan kaynağını sağlamak ve lider bir mesleki yeterlilik merkezi olmaktır. Mesleki yeterlilik merkezleri, Türk Akreditasyon Kurumu tarafından ISO 17024 standardına göre akredite edilip, Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yetkilendirilen kuruluşlardır. Günder MYM, fotovoltaik güç sistemleri ve güneş ısıl sistem personeli seviye 4 ve 5 için belgelendirme hizmeti sunar. Mesleğim güneş olsun ve farkımı göstermek istiyorum diyorsan web sitemizden detaylı bilgiye ulaşabilirsin. Güneş, yaşamın temel enerji kaynağı. Güneş enerjisi, temiz ve ekonomik enerji kaynağımızdır. Yenilenebilir enerji sektörünün en önemli aktörü güneş, nitelikli ve belgeli iş gücüne ihtiyaç duyar. Türkiye'nin Güneş Enerjisi Derneği Günder tarafından yürütülen Günder Mesleki Yeterlilik Merkezi projesinin amacı, çalışanların bilgi, beceri ve yetkinliklerinin Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yayımlanan ulusal yeterliliklere uygunluğunu tespit ederek belgeli iş gücü sağlamaktır. Teorik sınav ve performansı başarıyla tamamlayan aday belge almaya hak kazanır. Günder MYM'nin hedefi, Türkiye'nin güneş enerjisi sektöründe ihtiyaç duyulan nitelikli ve belgeli insan kaynağını sağlamak ve lider bir mesleki yeterlilik merkezi olmaktır. Mesleki yeterlilik merkezleri, Türk Akreditasyon Kurumu tarafından ISO 17024 standardına göre akredite edilip, Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yetkilendirilen kuruluşlardır. Günder MYM, fotovoltaik güç sistemleri ve güneş ısıl sistem personeli seviye 4 ve 5 için belgelendirme hizmeti sunar. Mesleğim güneş olsun ve farkımı göstermek istiyorum diyorsan web sitemizden detaylı bilgiye ulaşabilirsin. Güneş, yaşamın temel enerji kaynağı. Güneş enerjisi, temiz ve ekonomik enerji kaynağımızdır. Yenilenebilir enerji sektörünün en önemli aktörü güneş, nitelikli ve belgeli iş gücüne ihtiyaç duyar. Türkiye'nin Güneş Enerjisi Derneği Günder tarafından yürütülen Günder Mesleki Yeterlilik Merkezi projesinin amacı, çalışanların bilgi, beceri ve yetkinliklerinin Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yayımlanan ulusal yeterliliklere uygunluğunu tespit ederek belgeli iş gücü sağlamaktır. Teorik sınav ve performansı başarıyla tamamlayan aday belge almaya hak kazanır. Günder MYM'nin hedefi, Türkiye'nin güneş enerjisi sektöründe ihtiyaç duyulan nitelikli ve belgeli insan kaynağını sağlamak ve lider bir mesleki yeterlilik merkezi olmaktır. Mesleki yeterlilik merkezleri, Türk Akreditasyon Kurumu tarafından ISO 17024 standardına göre akredite edilip, Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yetkilendirilen kuruluşlardır. Günder MYM, fotovoltaik güç sistemleri ve güneş ısıl sistem personeli seviye 4 ve 5 için belgelendirme hizmeti sunar. Mesleğim güneş olsun ve farkımı göstermek istiyorum diyorsan web sitemizden detaylı bilgiye ulaşabilirsin. Güneş, yaşamın temel enerji kaynağı. Güneş enerjisi temiz ve ekonomik enerji kaynağımızdır. Yenilenebilir enerji sektörünün en önemli aktörü güneş, nitelikli ve belgeli iş gücüne ihtiyaç duyar. Türkiye'nin Güneş Enerjisi Derneği Günder tarafından yürütülen Günder Mesleki Yeterlilik Merkezi projesinin amacı, çalışanların bilgi, beceri ve yetkinliklerinin Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yayımlanan ulusal yeterliliklere uygunluğunu tespit ederek belgeli iş gücü sağlamaktır. Teorik sınav ve performansı başarıyla tamamlayan aday belge almaya hak kazanır. Günder MYM'nin hedefi, Türkiye'nin güneş enerjisi sektöründe ihtiyaç duyulan nitelikli ve belgeli insan kaynağını sağlamak ve lider bir mesleki yeterlilik merkezi olmaktır. Mesleki yeterlilik merkezleri, Türk Akreditasyon Kurumu tarafından ISO 17024 standardına göre akredite edilip, Mesleki Yeterlilik Kurumu tarafından yetkilendirilen kuruluşlardır. Günder MYM, fotovoltaik güç sistemleri ve güneş ısı sistem personeli seviye 4 ve 5 için belgelendirme hizmeti sunar. Mesleğim güneş olsun ve farkımı göstermek istiyorum diyorsan web sitemizden detaylı bilgiye ulaşabilirsin.
Onurcuğum bence sen biraz koltuğu böyle alabilirsin.
Ha, ses açıldı.
Ses geliyor, evet. Ses açıldı.
Ben çok sunumu akıtmadan, ona çok bağlı kalmadan konuşayım.
Tamam.
Öyle
Nasıl
yapalım.
isterseniz.
Daha
Açtırabiliriz.
hem yok, gerek yok. Açarlarsa da ana sayfa açık kalır.
Tamam.
Buradan hem onu takip edip hem anlatmaya uğraşmayayım.
Tamam. Başlayalım mı?
Başla.
Evet,
Right, welcome each and every one of you in this session. We're going to be talking about employment and qualified employment. As you know, there has been 9.5 of a gigawatts of a solar energy power plant has been installed, and according to the national plan, in the next coming decade, this installed capacity is going to be at about 52, 53 megawatts. And the most important need is, of course, qualified employment. And I want to invite, as a speaker, Ms. Elif, for the National Competency Agency. Would you please talk a little bit about the competent employment and how you receive the competency certificate? Thank you very much, Mr. Owner. Of course, the occupancy, the professional competency certification has started since many years. We're creating some certain standardizations. In the world, it has a really long history, but due to certain projects and due to the fact they have taken place in development plans, it has also occurred in Turkey to be official. And of course, we decided to create this institution in order to give the professional competency for qualified people. It's actually the basic feature of us is we are bringing all the representatives from the employees, employers, and also institutions. 50% are representing the private sector, and 50% is representing the public sector. So the PP is represented equally. As for the public institutions, the Ministry of Occupation and the Ministry of Trade are also involved. We have also professional organizations as well. We have also trade unions amongst ourselves. So our institution is a related body of the Ministry of Labor. And the basic issue here is to create the national competency system. And we believe that we have created for 11 years this institution. And what is its content? The basic issue here is to standardize the professions so that the professions become qualified. We need to find minimum qualities. And we need to find also national competency. That means that people who are going to perform these occupations have to have the necessary documents. And accreditation has to be delivered to those people as well. Apart from this, we need to also abide by the rules of the European Union. And we have a system to be implemented for this within the context of the European Union, so that Turkey's institutions can also be recognized by the global world. Why is it so important? First and foremost, education and employment is brought up together. There's something that is always criticized. The vocational schools is not meeting the needs of the industry. But what we intend to do here is to meet the needs of the business world. We need to find a good quantified and qualified aspects of it. And all the representations have to be found here. The General Directorate and also the Executive Board is taken into consideration, and it is representing all parties. And from starting to the registration up until the documentation, all opinions are taken. And again, lifelong learning is also brought to Turkey, and we want to go over these concepts. Lifelong learning is indeed very much important for all of us. Learning begins from the womb of the mother, as you know. A human being learns constantly, but what's important here, it is to actually bring all the knowledge in a formal way. There are plenty of ways of learning, but it's very much important that we can actually certify it and document it. All the learnings and knowledge that we have certified should be used also in different areas where they are also interconnected with each other. And our institution is actually a mediating institution and is supporting lifelong learning. On national and on international level, recognition is very much important. All the institutions that have been taken our competency are accredited from the Turkish Accreditation Agency, which brings that this document is valid throughout the globe. And let me talk about the authorized competency institutions. First and foremost, they have to be accredited. And on the other hand, there are some certain rules that they have to abide by. They are constantly followed, and their documentations are constantly been actually audited. They are supervised constantly in a coherent way, and that's the reason why all the documentations are given in a very solid way. Let me talk a little bit about our auditings. Before having the certification, of course, the institutions are having an audit once a year. The examination making capacity or the frequency of the examinations are also audited without informed or at an earlier level. We have 643 competencies, and we have 8 occupational standards which are enacted. More than 2.5 million certifications, documents have been given. 95% of them are male, 5% of them are female. And the hierarchy has to be lessened a little bit. We want to be a little bit more agile, and that's the reason why we're taking some precautions. All the processes are made over a portal. We have a very low number of documents, of paperwork. Everything is made on an electronic platform. All data are kept here, and it gives an ease to follow the institutions. The competent institutions have to use the portal of MKY. When we have such an electronic portal, we need to be integrated with e-Devlet, which is the e-government. Whichever public examination people have passed through can be actually browsed through the e-government portal. So when a person receives an acceptancy, they have a Turkish and English document, but we can also publish in French and also in different languages according to the need. We can document these certifications according to the countries that the competent people are living. For instance, some labor accidents in Soma and in the elevator that happened in a new premises. Definitely we decided to give a certification for that. In 204 professions, the MYK certification has to be given as for the dangerous, under the title of dangerous labors. In non-hazardous ones, we are in relation with different ministries, and there are some certain public institutions in which certain certifications or documentations are necessary, like from the Ministry of Environment. For different types of occupations, we definitely need documents for the employees. And on the other hand, in the shuttle buses, the shuttle bus drivers need to have also the NYK document. Doesn't really necessarily mean that if you have a license, that doesn't mean that you are a good driver, and that's the reason why you need to have a certification. And we have some certain collaboration as well. We have a grant program. Hyundai is also one of the shareholders of this. Within the context of the European Union, the Hyundai is updating, is asking for an update of the document and examination. We, in 4 different professions, the competencies are updated, and in addition to this, from Hyundai MEME, examinations are also going to be executed as well soon on solar issues. So as of May, the examinations are going to start, and we believe that we're going to contribute a lot to the sector. That's all I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Yani buradan şunu mu anlamalıyız? Bu mesleki yeterlilik belgesi.
So those who are receiving the certifications are under a certain standard, and they are competent, isn't it? Yes, the people who receive the professional competency document is presenting the minimum norms of what the labor consists of. So these people are much more aware of any circumstances that might occur during a work or business or a labor. So you were talking also a little bit about the MK occupational institutional agencies. These agencies are accredited. They are internationally accredited. This is a valid standard all around the world. The institutions who are giving these certifications are actually proving that they are giving an assured document. And this is done bilaterally, of course, with different countries. But in the last period of time, we have made some certain bilateral meetings and studies with the European Union countries and also organizations. The occupational certification is recognized. So those who are going abroad from Turkey are also those who have the accredited documentations, and they are assisted to be working there in the European Union. Mr. Can Demirbolat, I'd like to give the floor to you. And maybe you can also talk a little bit about the problems that occur around this issue. On solar thermal and also photovoltaic area, you are a company that is working constantly. What problems do you, or challenges do you face on the field? And do you think that these documents will be actually a solution to these challenges? Yes, of course, about the documentation is important. When we first started the workshops 3 or 4 years ago, we always had a question mark saying that, how is the sector going to regard to this documentation? Are they going to own the documentation, or are they going to seek for a legal sanction? But we, with our own shareholders and all other companies that were working in the sector, we have met up together. We have met with 105 different companies, and these are all solar thermal companies. And 75% of them, even if there is no legal basis, they say that they wanted to have these documentations about labor safety in order that they can work much more easily with the global world, and they wanted to also be sure that everything is installed in the proper way, because they wanted to prove it with the certification. There are 60 companies that we have met about solar panels, and 90% of them, without having any kind of a legal persuasion. They are actually looking forward for having these certifications, and the reasons are similar. The first issue here is, of course, the labor safety is very much important because you are making an installation of tons of megawatts. But of course, if something bad happens to a laborer as a result of this installation, will definitely actually shadow anything that we do. That is the reason why MYK is giving very much importance to this. These are our critical steps. First and foremost, the most important thing for us is the labor safety and also the equipment safety. So these are our rules and these are our responsibilities. Here, of course, when you are installing a panel, for instance, when there's a very harsh wind, it can cause different problems, doesn't it? So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not only about safety during the installation, but after the installation as well, isn't it? Yes. And I have here some wrong installation pictures that I want to show you. Seems, I think I've managed it, but would you please help me here? For instance, these are the wrong installation examples. Another one. These are wrong installations. They can create fire, and sometimes we make also expertise, and we go for expertise, for instance, and these are the areas that we went, and unfortunately we are looking to the sector as a whole. We have competitors, and all of them are our friends. In the fair, for instance, we have met all of our colleagues here. Any kind of a wrong installation, as you have seen here on the monitor, on the screen, or a fire would definitely affect the whole sector. So we are trying to crawl, of course, and we try to crawl, we are trying to walk here, and we try to run here. And all these issues can actually rewind everything. So last week we have attended to a workshop, and we were very proud of what is done by our instructors. They created a 3, 4, 5% of productivity, and similarly to this, we have products that we are bringing up to our customers. Because and there's also the products that had productivity that had 3, 4, 5% of a productivity, reached up to 20, 30% of productivities, and people are seeking for this. For the time being, we do not know or have seen any type of a wrong installation at all, and that is the reason why we're talking about high-priced installations or high-priced equipment to be built here, where even though we have local products, we have also raw materials and materials that we are bounded for importation. So this is a national asset, actually. And there is a very simple rule. For instance, the productivity value of a panel can lose only 10% of a 10-year-old panel. Yes, the panels do that in practice. But due to wrong installations, maybe not very much importance is given to this, but due to these wrong installations, how much losses do we have? There's a question mark. And in order to overcome this matter, of course, we need to have a pillar point. We have to have an area of registry, and which is actually the rules that MYK is bringing us. All of the people, all of those who are in the sector have taken these certifications and documents, and I know that many companies can give these documents easily. So as far as we have done in studies, I receive really good feedback from it. With these documents, with better installations, we will have more productive systems, definitely. So will it also impact on the service exploitation, as Ms. Elif has said? In the European Union, for instance, in the European Union, you're bringing up teams, and that can be very beneficial for you, wouldn't it? Yes. I was in Frankfurt Fair. It was not a solar energy fair, actually. It was about installations again. But all these group companies, those who their business is actually producing natural gas or other systems, for instance, but in thermal system and photovoltaic system, definitely solar is valid here. Our world and our country is in the verge of transformation right now, and our 2035 target is at about 10, is going to fivefold today's situation. This is not only a sector that is developing in Turkey, but also developing in the whole world. So that is the reason why those who want to be visible in this area in Turkey can actually work abroad in Europe or in the United States or any part of the world with the certification. It will bring great benefit, definitely. Thank you very much, Mr. John, and I would like to pass on to the next speaker, Gündar. From the Gündar company, what do you do as a company? Thank you very much, Mr. Onur. I just want to say that Gündar, as you know, is a very old company that is working on solar energy for a long period of time. What we definitely need is a qualified and competent employment, and as Gündar MYM, what we have developed here is from the European Union. The European Union has financed the Gündar Vogue test centers. This is a grant project where the grant is given, and we have founded the Gündar Test Center. So this is my presentation plan. First and foremost, I'm going to be talking about Gündar MYM process, and then I'm going to be talking about the aim of the project and the studies that have been made within the context of the project. I'm going to be talking about the accreditation information of Gündar MYM, and we have also a public spot of Gündar, and then I'm going to close my presentation. This institution has realized that there is a necessity to have an occupational accreditation, and we started up the project in 2020. And first and foremost, in 4 areas, in photovoltaic and in also solar areas, the employers have had actually have to have a competency according to the law that is brought up. On 2020, the accreditation has been delivered, and on March 1, we have received, and we have now the competency of giving the documentation for the occupational accreditation. So, what is our main target here? First and foremost, we have 4 professions in which we want to revise the situation, and we want to open an examination center. We want to create a qualified and competent employment, and the system is going to also create an awareness. These are the 4 targets that we're looking for. And according to the studies that we have been made so far about this project, is that we have made revision and question bank studies have been made. The private sector, the employees and the employers have come up together and revision studies have been made. Again, there was a 1 week of investigation and inspection about the questions to be written, and which questions have to be written and which have to be delivered. And of course, in order that the examinational center can be used in a proper way, we have made a technical visit in Germany. We have checked out their examination center in order to understand what kind of contribution they can put into our exam center. And then our exam center has been founded in the Başkent University. And maybe you might know the Başkent University has received also the brand of the Green University. The high-tech technology have been used for green in that area. The performance examinations are implemented there. Then, in order so that we can test it, we have demo tests in these 4 different vocational groups, and we have decided that we are competent. In order to raise awareness in our country, in 7 geographies, we have made awareness seminars, and approximately our target was, including Ankara and 7 regions, to give 590 people the information of what we are doing, and we have actually reached our target. In Ankara, on the other hand, the well-known companies, like YPA Energy and other companies have been visited, and we have given us training there. Right now, the Gündar MYM is now a competent documentation agency, and we have the capacity to deliver examinations to 60 people a year, and we have the examination center in the Başkent University. And I have actually a video that I want to show you, in which I have briefly explained to you about what we are doing.
Güneş, yaşamın temel enerji kaynağı. Güneş enerjisi temiz ve ekonomik enerji kaynağımızdır. Yenilenebilir enerji sektörünün en önemli aktörü güneş, nitelik...
Sun is the most important thing for us, for life. And Gündar, right now, has a project to give the vocational accreditation, and they are trying to understand whether vocationally they're competent or not, and they're accredited accordingly to this. Those who are passing the exams are accredited. Gündar MYM aims to create a human resources which is qualified and competent, and to be a center of information and knowledge. The personal documentation standard has been delivered to our institution, and Gündar MYM is dealing with photovoltaic, with the employees of photovoltaic power systems and solar power systems. So if you want to show yourself, you can, and want to learn more, you can access to our website.
So, as Gündar MY1, if you want to get a detailed info about that, you can also you are also invited to our booth. You can reach out to our website and Facebook and other social media points. Thank you so much, Onur Bey. That was my point. We can get the questions. I have a question, as you have already shown in the ad. Gündar MY, in which topics are you doing these exams, and how do you handle these exams? Can you give us some info about that? Gündar MYM will be having 4 professions exams: system personnel level 4, level 5, and photovoltaic personnel level 4, level 5. We will be having exams in these points. It will be a performance exam and a practical exam and a theoretical exam. If you get 75% of the success of these exams, then you are successful, and then you can get these professional competency documents. So a performance exam is actually an application of how the candidate comes. Yeah, they come to us in the we have a simulated system in the exam center. The candidate comes there, takes the occupational health and safety measures, make the repair and maintenance and installment of the point, and then we have a theoretical exam. So it's just a test, you know, you can take it like that. There are 2 exams, as I said. Yes. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions in the salon? I think. Okay, I think there's a question here. Thank you. I would like to get an info about that, about Günder. How how we can get info about the exams rates, the fee, and the timeline? You can get the detailed info from Günder website and our social media accounts, but it's around, the exam fees are around, for level 4 it's 4,900 Turkish liras, for level 5 5,900 Turkish liras. You have to get 70% of the right answers of the exams. You have 2 chances you can of the exam, so you can take the exam for twice. That's all. Any questions? No question. Okay. Thank you. Do we have any further additions from our speakers? I think there is no. Okay. Thank you so much on behalf of my institution. Now I think the word is when the word is facing the. Thank you so much for for showing our face and our presence here. Thank you so much for your contributions to the sector, for your contribution. I would like to extend my thanks to Günder too. So I hope that your professional competency center will be a good center who proliferates actually these documents more. Thank you so much. Nur Hanım, do you have any additions? I also would like to say that we are working and doing our best to provide the best professional workforce to the sector. Everyone are invited to the center to get their documentations. We would like to extend our thanks to SolarEX for organizing this event, for giving us the chance to speak here. Thank you so much for your participation too. Let's have a photo and then close the session. Thank you.
Teşekkürler.
Teşekkür ederiz. Şöyle buyurun.
Sıradaki konuşmacıları alabilir miyiz? Mikrofonları takılmak üzere.
şekilde sen de öyle.
Evet. Öncelikle yenilenebilir enerji depolama.
First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this session. My name is Çare Eken. I am also one of the founder presidents of the association. First, I would like to mention about our association, and then we will talk about the association and the Q&A, and also the storing problems, and also in a period where our country is going on in a challenging time, of course. I am also the founder of Cancel Energy company, and I'm also the president of the association. So I don't want to talk about a lot about my company, because I would like to talk about the association more, because we have actually founded the association before the regulation was made, 6 months before the regulation was made. There are also a lot of studies on storing, of course, transactions. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our speakers, Ahmet Yörük, and Mike, please. The association's name is YED. Okay. Hello everyone, first of all, welcome. My name is Ahmet Yörük. I am the Deputy General Manager of Form Electric, and I am also the board member of Renewable Energy Storing Renewable Energy Association. Today's topic is about the energy storing, actually with the batteries. So I have a small presentation, and then I will talk about how the electricity energy is stored in the industrial and commercial applications. Who are we? Form Electric is an engineering company founded in 2011. We have some products we import to Turkey, and we also provide engineering for these products. And most of our personnel is electricity and electronic engineers, as I said before. Our factory is in Ankara, in Anadolu Organized Industrial Zone. On the roof of our factory, we have a solar power plant, which is around 200 megawatts. So what do we do? What is our main area of activities? We have we work mostly with electricity distribution, energy distribution line companies. We have Italian and German and Spanish companies we are working with. TAG Trading is an Italian company. Major Power is from Australia. They are working with automatic circuit breakers, and we are distributors and technical services provider for them. Hosrin is a German company. They provide meters. And RT, they are working for SCADA applications. We work with SCADA applications with another company. And for e-mobility, we also work on this area. In the beginning of this year, actually, in 2022, We have applied for it. We got our license for electricity vehicle charging stations. We are building networks, charging station networks for them. And our brand is EPSIS in this area, e-mobility power systems, both to the investors and both to the customers, for individual consumers, for everyone who are using, so we can address everyone using e-vehicles in the area, and with our AC/DC charging stations. So we can continue. For energy storing activities, we have partners we are working with according to their project type or to the application varieties. We have different partner companies. One of them is ATES, both in inverters and hybrid inverters and battery inverters and lithium batteries they are providing. And for the industrial and residency purposes, these battery modules are used by them, are produced by them. And we also have other partnerships with green tech. So we actually do the designs for applicable for your projects, and then we provide solutions for them. We can continue. So I don't want to give you a lot of technical details, but I would like to talk about the systems. One of them is high voltage battery storing systems, and another point is commercial hybrid solutions, battery solutions, monitoring solutions, and how do we do the system designs. So one of them is the first is our application type. It is a 10 grid network working with parallel with the grid of 10 megawatts, for example. So instead of solar panels, we have lithium batteries here, and we have battery inverters which are connected to the grid in parallel, and we can provide solutions in this type. And the second application is AC coupled systems. AC coupled systems are actually systems which are working with renewable energy. How the renewable energy and energy storing integration is managed with these AC/DC inverters. They are connected to the inverter network again in parallel to the grid, and then with an EMS system, energy management system software, we can function the system in an integrated way. It is mostly supported with the grid, as I said, with the network. And the third application type is, again, it's actually an AC coupled system, but it is mostly an industrial one. Again, there's a renewable energy source here, for example, solar power plant, and there's an energy storing system. So the difference with the previous one is how we use it in the industrial system. In a 10 GPS system, for example, when the power is cut, you cannot get the system in any way. You cannot get any functions from the system. They cannot produce anything. But if we connect the systems with a battery and batteries inverter system and integrate them, when the power is cut, the battery inverters work like a grid, and then they can also integrate into the system, join to the system. In this network, you see it. There's a bypass table here. It can transfer it in a 10 milliseconds time. So when the power is cut, without feeling any power cut, you use the system right away with a off-grid way, so that you can use the storage energy. Here again, this is a DC coupled system. In this system, we coupled the 10 grid system with an AC, but now they are mostly used, for example, let's think that there's an island and there is no energy. They use DC coupled system. For example, this solar power plant are connected and charged with the battery inverters, and then we can turn them into an AC, and then it can work in the megawatt level with an off-grid way. So what are our hybrid solutions? Our commercial hybrid solutions. The hybrid systems are actually, again, a hybrid inverter. What is it? It can integrate itself both to the battery, to the power plant, to the grid, and I can connect all of them to only one inverter. It can work both on grid and off grid. And as you can see it in the network here, in the scheme here, all the equipment are connected and joined to the inverter, and the inverter decides on which way will it work, or with the grid support, with off-grid support, etc. Or they dominate the system, and it decides on how to dominate it. Let's continue. In these videos, actually, you are seeing how the equipments are working. So what are our battery solutions? You see, actually, with the lithium battery systems, BMS is the important one here. Why? Because the batteries have to communicate with the batteries, with the inverters, because they should decide about discharge or charging according to the temperature or environment conditions or any other thing, etc. So it should be minimum 3,000 cycle or 6,000 cycles. These are the catalog values. So to catch these 6,000 values, we need BMS systems. So the batteries shall communicate with the inverters. So in terms of containers, and we can provide energy storing systems in a container basis. Let's talk about the monitoring systems. With these monitoring systems, we can monitor our systems we have installed in a remote way about our charging situation, and all the data can be remotely monitored with this system and can be controlled with this system. Every lithium cell, every cell of the battery, and the temperature and tension values can be monitored. So let's talk about how do we design the systems. This is an example, 100 megawatts, and how we design a hybrid system with 250 megawatts. We use 50 kilowatts of inverters. If we had any problem with one of them, then we can continue with the other one. We can sometimes design parallel systems like that if any problem occurs. We also install the containers too, and the battery systems are placed in a separate way in the container, and the batteries are in a separate place. We also have air conditioning and fire extinguisher systems, because this is an indispensable part of the system, because in order to get the catalog values of the batteries, we need to have an air temperature around 20 and 25 degrees Celsius. So we monitor them with this. This is the container appearance of the storing facilities. You can see here. This is a project we have conducted in Antalya. This is the area where the batteries are stored. The AC is working here, and fire monitoring systems and fire extinguishing systems we're having. And this is, again, it's not a container, but it's just like an energy room in Cyprus. It's a project in Cyprus. And this is again 50 kilowatts and 84 kilowatts of systems in Şanlıurfa we have installed. It's again an energy room. And a project in Antalya, the tramway, a tram energy system. It's again in a container. But again, the battery and inverter are separately placed in the container. A new project, it will be installed in an island in Bodrum, 150 kilowatts, which will provide the energy of the island in a separate way. It's a near, it will be placed very soon. Thank you so much. I can get the questions now or maybe later.
Biz sonrasında soruları
Olur.
Simay Akan she's the founder of Imasis company. The floor is yours. Thank you, Çağrı Bey. Hi, my name is Simay Akan. I'm the co-founder of Imasis company. Let me talk about our company first. Imasis company is the battery producers, and we produce battery. We do have headquarters in China. Our co-founders, Australian and Chinese. We were established in 2007, and we are producing the raw materials of the ion batteries, Hil-Hon lithium. With their investment, actually, we were established in 2020. And we do have a headquarters in Shanghai. And the cells of the batteries, the solutions, and the energy storage solutions, and also recycling of the batteries, we do have a production chain in this regard, and along with them in the energy storage field with the renewable energy, and we are also producing the batteries of the electricity cars. For the last 3 years, we have been focusing on the establishment in different locations of the world. We do have a global structure, and we do have a headquarters in Turkey as well, and we are active in different locations with this business model. I will be elaborating more on this topic during Q&A, but I might say that the technologies, among battery technologies, both electricity cars and energy storage systems, these are our focus points, and we produce the cells that we produce. So this is the battery storage solutions. This is what I wanted to say about our company. The technologies and the practices, I will be getting into more details during our chat. And we do have the African and Middle East chairman of EBF, Eren Bey, and he lives abroad. And we would like to thank them for being with us. First of all, welcome. Without you, we can't continue. I would like to thank SolarEX and also Çağrı Bey for giving me this opportunity. Eren, I have been working on the field of solar energy and energy storage, and I am the Middle East and Africa chairman of IBESA Energy, and I do have valuable guests with us, and I'm sure that this is going to be a good discussion platform, and I would be more than happy to answer your questions. We can continue with your questions, distinguished audience. If you do have any questions about the battery storage or the legal processes, the batteries, the cells. If you do have any questions, we will be more than happy to take them. Hi, I do have a question. 100 megawatt established energy, solar energy power plant. What is the recommended storage capacity? 100 megawatt solar energy. Approximately it depends on the region. I think each energy plant has a feasibility study beforehand, deciding on how much storage is being recommended. I agree with you, Eren Bey. We don't want to make a faux pas because we need to have feasibility studies in order to make the rightest recommendation, because there is a serious engineering behind the scenes. But let me give you an average for 100 kilowatt, for example, a battery cell capacity. 40-50 kilowatt panel power is sufficient. 100 megawatt is a big one. That's why I didn't want to answer your question. I'm asking about licensed projects. Energy EPDK, Energy Regulation Board, published a limit, which is 100 megawatt per hour storage unit has to be established for each megawatt per hour storage. Yes, it is giving solar license, solar energy license. But when I look at the projects in the States or in Australia, it is 1-to-4 ratio. It is 1-to-1 in Turkey, and it doesn't sound logical to me. The infrastructure activities, the capacity status, there are many criteria that needs to be taken into consideration. And in the days to come, I'm sure there will be many revisions in legal aspects. But for the current situation, it's not possible to make a forecast. Let me add a couple of points. I was in the preparation committee of the regulation. We say 1-to-1. Current lithium battery technologies, they can work with 1C capacity. This is the technology we have right now. And the regulation doesn't say 1-to-1 ratio, minimum 1-to-1 ratio, it says. If you're going to use it for different purposes, like 100 megawatt solar panel central, for example, if it is going to be integrated to that, it might be 1-to-3, 1-to-4, the ratio. And I do have another question. 1C ratio storage unit we have, let's say. 1C, is it more logical to have 100 megawatt 1C or 0.5C storage? Which one is logical? I think it is all about the system design. 2C or 0.5C, either is okay. We do have products with 2C and 3C, 4C supercapacitors we have in the market. Am I willing to enter into the balancing market, or do I wish to store my energy when it is surplus and sell it with arbitrage? If you're going to arbitrage, then you need to calculate your surplus energy and then calculate the storage area accordingly. But if you're going to enter into power factor or balancing, then you need to have a continuous capacity and you need to calculate it, and along with that you need to calculate that capacity. And if you would like to have arbitrage next to that, you can't do 1C. It depends on the system design completely. Any other questions? We don't have any other question. Simay Hanım, maybe you want to talk about the cells in a more detailed fashion. Yes, of course. In lithium cells practices, one of the frequently asked questions is which technology we are supposed to use. As InnoSys company, we do focus on two different technologies, one of which is LFP and NCM technologies. And the most important factor is to design the battery system according to which implementation. Each cell or each energy storage system are not in line with all systemic designs. It depends on your need, it depends on your target. LFP batteries we do have more, and MCM batteries we use it for the electricity car practices. And for the recycled, the batteries can be recycled in 3 different models, one of which is the reapplication. Some electricity car, we can reapply them with the electricity car systems, and of course the solutions should be designed by informing the counterpart, or there might be some other 2 processes till the raw material it can be recycled. On the battery storage side, we do have various solutions in MCM and LFP batteries. On the electricity car and energy storage side, they can be used if they are designed properly. What matters here is to communicate well with the producer companies. We need to pick up the right battery models, and while it is designed on the user's side, we need to have the best communication with the producers of the battery, and then it will increase the productivity of the system as a result. Simay Hanım, I do have a question for you. You are very knowledgeable about China market. No, I live in the States most of the time. Okay, I'm wondering about the American market more. What about the facilities about recycling, you know? Are they working on the recycling of the lithium batteries and also disposal of them? In Turkey, we are just new in that regard. We need to first work on the recycling of the lithium battery and then work on the disposal. What is the situation in that regard in the States and China? In China, recycling is the most important topic of the battery, but as it is the case in the rest of the world, it is not possible to establish recycling facilities everywhere in China. It needs to be authorized by Chinese government. Our recycling facility is not next to our factory. Recycling facility can only be established in Chengdu city. The supports, the incentives are very positive in that region. Chinese government is supporting the recycling in different regions because recycling gives the producers many advantages, and it is also beneficial for sustainability. Because in many panels, most of us, we always underline the importance of the sustainability of the batteries, and we do receive questions about it. And while developing technologies in order to do so and remain competitive, it is very important, the location and the region, especially in Chinese side. In the United States, they do have a similar policies. In some regions, they authorize to have recycling facilities, but Americans don't have as many recycling facilities as China does. China has a supporting branch in terms of battery production and also recycling of them. They do cooperate with the recycling companies if they don't have any themselves, so they are trying to contribute in that regard. In Turkey, as far as I know, there might be some projects, but I don't know any projects about it. Eren Bey, what are the hot topics in the Middle East and African market? about the regions that you chair. What do you do in terms of storage? What is the situation in those regions? Can you please evaluate on that? Thank you very much for this question. Before proceeding with the answer, about the system in Turkey, let me talk about it. 10 years ago, the first network-connected systems have completed their 10th year of anniversary. When we started first practicing solar energy, we wanted to have a sustainable market, and thanks to your efforts, we see it in SolarEX. And with the same mentality, if we can have a sustainable structure in energy storage, Turkey, especially in the Middle East and Africa, we can become a very big market, not only as a consumer, but also a producer, as stated by Ahmet Bey. Recycling is one of the most important elements of it. I live in Sweden, and Northfork established companies, and they do have green battery technology in their factories. In Europe, you can't produce battery without any recycling facility. In Turkey, there is household use of it, but in CNR segment, there is an application of 37 gigawatt, and when it is started to be a route, it's going to be a huge market. There's going to be an influx to the market. But if we can't deal with them properly, we are going to be blocked at certain point. But I'm sure it is on the book. With your support, it's going to be sustainable. That matters the most in order for us to transfer it to the generations to come. In the Middle East and Africa, generally, in the Middle East, they used molten salt technology up until now. And as far as I can see right now, Scandinavian region is developing the technologies. Gigawatt factories established by the Chinese and German in Europe, they do have the similar technologies. However, the structure that will determine next 20 years technologies is going to sovereign the market. I would like to underline the importance of Turkey, because we're all people of Turkey. If we can position ourselves better, and if we can carry ourselves to a position to conduct R&D, I think I see a very bright future for us in the days to come. We are having R&D about storage. We started it in 2021. From power bank to 40 feet ship battery. We conducted many R&D studies in that regard, and we tried it in 2021 in a village of 40 households. We started with a structure without insulation, and we learned during the way. It was challenging for us, but we completed it. And we are establishing our second factory in Sivas within the scope of 6th region incentive. And many technological investments are being made in Sivas. Packaging and storage units, we will be focusing on them. And right now, off-grid and hybrid, by the way, we are the first local off-grid developing company. We developed our own software and engineering design. As stated by Eren Bey, in the Middle East and in Africa, we need to understand their needs, and we are in a good position right now, and we can develop and we can have R&D activities, and we have the high chance of being the market leader in that regard. And as the association, we support the local entrepreneurs, startups, and angel investors. That's what we find for the startups. I hope that we will have better activities in the country. I think we are at the end of our time. If you don't have any other questions, then I would like to adjourn the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sıradaki konuşmacıları bu tarafa alabilir miyiz mikrofonlarına takılmak için? Merhaba, kaç kişi oldu? Tamam, tamam. Hemen sizin de vereyim. Dört kişi takılacak. Orada değil mi? Siz sunumunuzu vermiş miydiniz?
Verdik, üçü de orada. Üstüne koyduk. Evet, o biri.
Biraz arkaya doğru. Ama gittim. Ben döndürdüm.
Ama ben bir konuşacağım.
Geçebilirsiniz tabii.
Buyurun Murat Bey.
Ses.
Tamam mıyız? Başlayabiliriz değil mi?
So we can begin. Okay, welcome everyone from EODA. Welcome to the Sustainable Energy panel. Today we are here in the SolarEX 2023 fair at the Gold Hall, and we're going to be talking about sustainable energy, and we are going to refresh our minds here. And I'd like to thank you all for being here. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Serkan Emin. I'm a machine engineer. And approximately for 20 years, I'm talking about energy productivity, renewable energy, and institutional sustainability is the areas that I've been working. I've been working on carbon emissions and to act as a carbon zero institution. And we are talking about the Paris Climate Agreement, and we have also these sustainable development goals, of course. All the policy sets have become a rule right now, and we are talking about the Green Pact. So we have, of course, global dynamics, and they are impacting Turkey as well. So in the end of the day, of course, we need to decrease our carbon footprint in order to fight against the climate change. So the carbon emissions inventories have to be decreased, and how to do that? The international agencies and Turkey's environmental agencies and also ministries do have roadmaps. And one of them is the strategy of Turkey's action plan on climate change. Now the 2030 roadmap has also been prescribed. But right now, there's one certain thing that is in common. The first thing that we should do is energy productivity. Which energy to use, from which we're going to generate electricity, is not the first question to us. Energy productivity is the most important thing. Electrification is very much important. And to how to generate the electricity is another issue to be debated upon. I have three valuable speakers here, and we're going to be talking with them. Systemir's General Director, Mr. Serkan, and he's talking about also climate issues, and he is dealing about the AC systems of the institutions. How can we be more sustainable? How in energy, and how can we be still comfortable? Hello, Mr. Serkan, and Mr. Murat Emir, and he's also the sales director of Kurfos. and he also is my personal friend. I know him from many years, and I do not want to take much of your time about this because I know him very well. He's also a machine engineer. He is dealing with pumping systems and all the systems dealing with pumping, and he is dealing with the energy productivity around here. Mechanic projects are the area that he is very well experienced, and he is going to be talking about the pumping energy productivity. And the third speaker, who would be the first actually as an introductory, Miss Elif from Enerjisa, and she is responsible for the renewable energy and productivity. And yes, you're talking about productivity, but how are we going to be using it in energy management? How can we sustain the energy management? This is the area that we need to be talking about. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Sarkam, and he is going to be talking about sustainable energy management. And we can open the first presentation. Right, thank you very much, Mr. Sarkam, for inviting us here and give it the opportunity to be here. And I am the mechanical engineer and co-manager of Bensenve. I've been in the sector for almost 20 years. First, I was a field engineer, and later on, I started working in different stages of sales. And again, in the same company, I'm continuing my duty. But of course, when we talk about sustainability, it's a very wide concept. I'm going to be talking about the climatization part of it. We, as Systemair, in a global level, we are one of the leading players in 56 companies in the countries we're working. So when we talk about climatization and sustainability, so climatization is where the comfort is, where hygiene is, and where any kind of process is. We need to make any a condition in the area like cooling, and we need to keep humidity or heating. There it is all called climatization. So this is a different branch right now in the universities, and the engineers who have been studied here are working in our sector. And the climatization is always at our side because they are the secret heroes of the buildings. The ACs, the boilers, the pumps, valves, the fans, all of them all together, they are all parts of climatization. And within a building, the total energy, 35 or 40% of the total energy of a building is being consumed by these tools. 25% of water consumption and one-third of the carbon emission is realized by climatization. So we have, on the global level, if we want to actually decrease the greenhouse pollution, and on the other side, if we want to actually deal with environment, of course, we need to be dealing with climatization in a proper way. As you all know, most of our time, 90% of our time, is spent in closed areas. In particular, after the pandemic, this amount has increased. And since we are living in closed areas, the conditioning of the buildings definitely has to have tools that comfort us. Maybe we don't see it in the building, but there are mechanical equipments that are comforting us, and they are all using energy. Taking a look to this, not only the shopping malls or schools, but there are also airports. Every part, everywhere, every building uses a tool which is dealing with climatization. But of course, as Mr. Sarkar has said, energy consumption and greenhouse emission are issues that have been debated for a long period of time. Different agreements and also protocols have been made, and Kyoto Protocol has been made, and later on, as you have said as well before, the Paris Climate Agreement has been signed by the parties of the world. So this is a publication and of regulations and measures, and many countries have signed it. And I suppose in 2021, Turkey has also signed the Paris Climate Agreement and became part of it. And on the other side, in Europe, in the meantime, the European Union has enacted the Green Pact, the Green Deal. And right now in 2030 and in 2050, first of all, almost, up until 2030, the carbon emission has to be decreased by 55%, and later on by the year 2050, the carbon neutral world has been expected, of course, in Europe. Of course, this is impacting the whole companies or sectors that are dealing with energy. We need to deal with carbon zero issues, and that is the reason why certain agreements have been made for that. And in addition, of course, our sector, which is dealing on climatization, we have eco-diesel types of agreements, and on 2014, an agreement about this has been also been made. On 2021, Turkey has a law that has been enacted in the official gazette. That means that all the climatization that has been used in the buildings have to be designed accordingly to the climate. These are all designed, and they're all been projected to the agreements, of course. Indeed, it is not very much easy to summarize everything in this very short time. I try to be brief, but on the other hand, very informative as well. So when we talk about energy productivity, about climatization, there are plenty of players like boilers, chillers, ACs, fans, the different types of equipments, and they are separated into three. One is producing the energy, like chillers, boilers. And secondly, there's this distribution part, which is a pump. We talk about the pumps and the valves, and we have the fan coilers, etc., as a third part. There are all different types of implementations that the producers are making for this carbon emission. There are heat pumps, for instance, due to the fact that it's an alternative heating energy, but in the European Union, heat pumps are also started to be used. And due to the fact of the energy crisis in Europe, the heat pump number of utilization has increased. And of course, the chillers, the freezers are used in such a way that they do not create any kind of carbon emission. So there are different types of regulations for that as well. And that's the reason why special gases are expected to be used. And besides, there is also the BMS systems that are working for the coherent implementation of all these devices. This is very much important. As an example, with the energy performance regulation in Europe, the automatic control systems are very widely used. And the building energy labeling have an ABC classification. So if you're not using any kind of an automation system, if you're using a manual system, for instance, and the mechanic system, that is the B system, which is actually an observable one. We have the BC system and classification, and then we have also the A classification system. And in Turkey, the building energy do have these impacts as well. They're affected by that as well. So I'm going to be talking about the cooling systems, what we can do in order to decrease the greenhouse emissions and about energy productivity. For instance, the cooling systems are using a lot of energy, primarily maybe one of them. And if 350 watts of electricity has been generated due to that, and all of the savings will definitely impact the carbon emissions. And in the meantime, all the producers have passed to inverted compressors. In chillers, this has become a standard, a condition. And again, in the water side, they're using different pump types. And as for conventional fans, EC fans have started to be used as a standard. And the chiller plat measures are also used. And if there are more than one chillers, there is a certain type of a software in which they are used in a simultaneous way. Free cooling chillers can also be used. For instance, if we're talking about a database, a frequent chiller to be used is necessary because it's if there is a premises that is constantly in heat, of course, a proper device and tool has to be used. You have 3 minutes left. Okay. In the cooling side, on the other hand, the R2s, as you know, was creating greenhouse emissions, but R313, for instance, are different types of fluids that are used right now. There are different types of projects as well about the gases. If we start using the VO32 gas, for instance, the impact on the global climate change, of course, is lesser than the conventional ones. We have microchannels, we have special condensers. They are using less condensers. They are in heat pump, it's not very much used, but in cooling areas, channelers are used. It's totally made of aluminium. And in AC plants, for instance, the European Union and eco-diesel criteria, we have directives. The directives clearly state everything here. And if we are going to design in a building, we definitely need a heat boiler. Particularly after the pandemic, the hygienic part has become also very prominent. And the heat return has become very much important. If there is a productivity that is less than 36%, for instance, do not use it, they say. On the other side, the electricity generated fans should be also changed if they are consuming a lot of energy, for instance. We have IE1, very low amount of fans have been used down 80 or 96% of engines should be used for the fans. So the I4 engine is necessary to be used, which has actually been made right now. The SFP value within the AC plant, the limit level, we should actually use to consume the energy less than the limit. So the less the energy, the system is productive. And on the automatic control is also very much important, an important condition to be utilized. The BMS system as a software should also be used. It is going to be controlled by one side, which is going to actually help the AC to be used from one hand, and in which minimum energy can be consumed. If we're talking about comfort, if it's not a special thing, if it's not an area where important processes are going on, a filter can be put. A filtered air would be necessary. A filtered air would be very much necessary in the P criteria. Of course, in energy productivity implementations, we save energy, we save from repair and maintenance. We also decrease the carbon emission, and naturally it contributes to zero carbon footprint. And I'd like to give you some examples. And this is an example here as a system. In the meantime, one of the implementation is what you see here in the picture. It is an AC plant in which 100% of fresh air is used. We changed the fans, and it's an EC type of a fan has been implemented, and we have used it in a very productive way. As you can see here, we have the measures and calculations. We have an electrical engine in this AC system. All the plant has been renewed, and the EC fans have been put in order to increase the energy productivity, and we have saved a lot. In total, 50 megawatts of energy saving has created due to the changes that we have made, and according to our calculations, I think there is approximately 1,000 trees, approximately 900 trees annually can actually create a carbon-free, carbon emission-free area alive, which we are doing right now as well. And now this is an AC plant. We had to make the transformation in its own place. We have taken all the components, and later we have installed the EC fans. The automation is also involved here, and the BMS system is also connected here on this building. And with this change and with this transformation, our savings have increased. What was the return of investment? It was like 3.1 year. In 3.1 year, this investment returns itself. So it's like this was actually the directorate of a bank, the general directorate of a bank. There are many buildings in which we applied the same installments. So we definitely suggest you get into touch with these energy-saving companies. This is what we're doing, actually, in a very short period of time. Together with the energy performance agreements, the return of investment is created in just 3 years. Thank you very much. Not only did you give information about the energy productivity, but also did you give us an example? We have made a case study. We had the opportunity to see the pre and post situation of the area. So by abiding by the rules of law of science, with finances and including finances, you can also fight against the climate change, and you can create energy productivity, and the cost of energy is lowering. That's the reason why your competitiveness is rising. And now I would like to give the floor to our second speaker, Mr. Murat.
So let's talk, Murat Bey. I just want to talk from the stage. Okay, you have 10 minutes. Please do not keep the time limit. Hello, everyone. Welcome, first of all. So we are going to talk about the efficient energy management in pumping systems. Serkan Bey already introduced me. My name is Murat Emir. I work in Prospa Pompa, and I work here in 14 years. Is that anything? No, Murat Bey's. Can we check Murat Bey's mic? I can maybe use it. Yes, okay. Yes, his voice is okay. I can hear it, but Not from the saloon, I think. Yes. Is it okay now? No voice? Okay. Is it okay? Okay. Hello, everyone. Small technical issues, sorry for that. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Murat Emir. I work in Bruspa pumping systems for 17 years. And I worked in industrial processes in many different pumping systems. As an engineer, I have 25 years of experience. I am a graduate of Istanbul Technical University. I am actually a graduate of heating process systems. So today we're talking about the most important problem of our future, and the need is that heatings. Yes, I know. So I work in different positions in these 20 years, and I work in the group for 17 years, as I said. And in Group Grundros, I work with key accounts. I manage the key accounts in the company and work in many projects with both Serkan Bey and with other energy companies. We are working with them. So for pumping systems, first of all, Grundfos was founded in 1945. And after it was founded till today, it is an innovative and a leader company, and it's also actually an innovative company and leader company, I think. So we have 6 values. One of them is, as Serkan Bey mentioned, is actually sustainability. So it is one of our 6 values, and this is something Grundros has in its roots. Actually, it's a very wide variety, of course, in energy management, humanity, human resources, etc. Of course. So let me continue. So what is our purpose? Our purpose is actually to improve the life quality of people by finding solutions for water and climate energy problems. Sorry, the voice is going like that, but our CM is Paul D. Hansen. He is the name of the CAO is the same with his ancestor, and we are also working with the UNDP. We are also working with Sustainable Development Goals. We are in active ways for the 6th and 13th SDGs and 6 and 13. So one of them is about air conditioning. So we have an active duty about targeting these goals and achieving these goals. You know, when we say pump, the heart is like a pump in our human body, you know. It carries energy to our cells. So the air conditions, we are talking about climate. So the water and other water resources are actually doing this with this pumping control system. So it is in every point in our life. For example, the water, tap water we are using, or drinking water we are using, or sending the water to a waste treatment center. There are a lot of pumps here in all these distributions, in all points. So this is one of the most important point that we are having. So, and as Grundros we are talking, I think I have 5 minutes. Okay. Well, with Paris Climate Agreement, as you know, we have some commitments for 2050. We have determined some scopes for these commitments. As Serkan Bey mentioned, we have 0 emission target, as you know, and we demand to achieve this target. And we said that pump. So all systems, then 10% of the energy used in all systems is consumed by the pumps, I can say. So it's actually a huge part. As I said, for example, for a climate center, all comfort, the energy used by when they are transferred, this energy by these pumps, it's all actually transferring something is all actually bound on, is relying on these pumping systems to make it more efficient. If we do not do anything for pumping systems, even we only change their engines or give them new engines, we have a 4% of energy saving here. But if we actually also save 2 millions of square cubic meters, water is saved. So it means that 1 billion people, it means that the energy consumed by 1 billion people in the world. So if we are talking about sustainability, with the efficiency, we can increase these rates. So 2 billions of cubic meters of water is actually equal to the 8-fold energy consumption of a country, of a small country. So one of the leader areas we are working at is actually our pumping systems we are using, especially in AC air conditioning system centrals, plants, for example. We use pumping. By using these pumps, we get the pressure we want, and it gives us to use our energy in an efficient way. So what do we say with that? If you use it, instead of using valves, you use pumps, and you give the energy saving, and you can balance automatically the energy line and distribution, and then commissioning them is a bit good. I am a bit fast speaker, sorry for that. So I also would like to talk about a simulation in a building. For example, this building is an office, and there's a chiller group here. They have a primer pump, and their secondary circuit is a variable condensator system. And we control we have a control valve here, and to balance the pressure difference, we use a pump, a balance valve. And this balance valve is using an equalizer for the energy line. So we have 3 topics to compare here. The investment cost of this system, I cannot see it maybe right, but it's around 3 million euros, I think, as far as 23 million euros, sorry, I didn't see it right. So these are you see the working profile of the equipment, because the primer pump is taking this fixed energy, and the secondary circuit getting a balanced and different energy. You see that the yearly energy consumption with a control valve system is around 28 kilowatt per hour. But if you use the carbon dioxide rate is around 16,000, and for the investment cost is around 38 million euros for its shelf life. It's 10 years, for equipment. So with only one pump group, you can see it as if we use it in a variable one, we again have a balance valve. We just have only one valve actually. When we compare it with that, the investment cost is 38 million euro. The investment cost is higher because it's a complex system, and you need a new valve system. So, of course, the pressure profile is different because it's around 50% rate. We got this data from the operator. So it is around now 20. It is now 20 million euro per 20 million kilowatt per hour, and the cost is 27,000 euro for 10 years of shelf life. So, as I said, we are the leader for climate solutions. So what do? By using valves, we put the pump here. For the pressure we need, we just use the pressure you need. We don't have a fixed system here. How much pressure difference we need, we use it with the valve, with the pump, sorry. So as the producer gives us, we can use the you can change the rate here by using the pump, by controlling the flow as when it's needed and stopping it when it's not needed. So because the valve sometimes lower the pressure and or heating, then pump changes the flow. But if we use the pump, we can use it according to the environment's heat. For example, yes, and I'm a bit behind, I know, but I will finish. So for the investment cost, Sarkame, it's around 21,000 euro. You know, it was 23,000 euros. You know, so we don't have a balance valve here or a control valve here. We have a pump here right now. And for the climate plants, you know, you need something here in order not to have a closed circuit in the bypass, in order not to make it a bypass. So now it's the energy saving is 7,000 kilowatts per hour, and 4,000 carbon dioxide emissions is lowered. And now its investment cost, electricity cost, is 4,000 euros. So all of you are using vehicles, for example. Do you use it like that? This is the valve system. You do not actually use the gas at the top, you know, but you can go it with the 90 kilometers per hour. Then it will take a lot of energy if you use in the fixed way and if you use the gas at the peak. So it gives you the only the need you have, actually, not more than the point you are having in a fixed rate. So for the investment costs now, the investment costs and the general balance systems are actually similar, we can say. But in terms of energy consumption, you see a huge, amazing difference here. So maybe I just want to underline that. And if you have any question, then we can take the questions, okay? Thank you. Actually, it is a very new and innovative solution. Can you give it to Elif Hanım? Okay, Elif Hanım, the floor is yours. I think you will talk faster, yes. She is from Enerjisa. Can we open the third presentation? My name is Hatice Elif Beyazıt Çelik. I am from Enerjisa in Customer Solutions. I work in project department for renewable energies. For 8 years, I am in energy sector for 8 years, and specifically in solar power. And I have an engineering experience for 14 years. Today, I'm going to talk about sustainable energy management. In a general sense, I will talk about it in a general sense. So. I would just like to talk about global energy trends. The importance of energy is gaining a lot of importance, as you know, in the world. So there are a 5D trend, a global trend. What is 5D? Using the energy in the consuming the energy in the place where it is produced. And also democratization of energy by producing energy by the consumers, and also to monitor, like smart cities, for example, monitor energy digitalization, and also with this distributed production, having a more deregulation without the regulations, and also decarbonization. This is actually about how we leave the fossil fuels and finding new and trends for renewable energy transitions, and so that lowering our carbon emissions and carbon footprints. So what about mitigating carbon CO2 emissions? Yeah. This is a graphic about CO2 emissions. The burning of fossil fuels and industrial processes. With the industrialization, CO2 emissions is very high in the yearly basis, as you see. So to mitigate this, In the industry, we need a huge difference, a huge change in energy systems so that we can have a renewable and sustainable energy system. So for that reason, managing systems for that purposes are important. So for the roadmap, we can say that till 2050, the increase in the renewable energy resources shall be around, it will be tenfold because the points there will have, and also in the residencies it will be tenfold used, and also in wind energy and solar energy. And also the production rate in the share of the renewable energy in the production will be around 88%, is targeted to be 88%, as you know. So at that point, where these are the global targets. So what are our country targets? In 2019, the Ministry of Energy and National Resources has announced a strategic plan, and it said that till 2023, the renewable energy share will be around 65% target is announced. But so for solar power plant will be 10 gigawatts for electricity production, and at the end of 2023, the total installed capacity is around. Actually, this target is achieved, we can say, and it will be higher in 2023. And again, there is also a production projection that TEİAŞ announced, and there is also a huge share for renewable energy in this plan too. We can see it clearly here in the plan. Until 2025, for electricity production, the 50% of them should be from renewable energy, we can say, and 20%, 30% solar, 15% wind energy, and 12% will be biofuels for a projection rate target. And also for self-consumption with an unlicensed power plants, we can say that 90% of them will be met from solar energy. And also, while achieving these targets, new business models are needed in the sector. One of them, I will talk about one of these business models, ESCO and EPC models. What is EPC? Energy Performance Agreements. These are the energy performance agreement contracts. These EPCs are actually giving the finance support to the customers so that they can increase their performance and having new contracts. So the customer for energy production or consuming in the products, the energy they produced, this APC model is actually both providing finance to them for these purposes, both makes the application and both also giving a performance guarantee to them, because the agreement is made upon a performance condition. So in the sector, both for finance security, it gives you finance and performance security. And with this EPC contract, you can do the saving, efficiency, and performance guarantees are provided to the customers. So as Enerjisa, with the EPC model, we provide solutions in the renewable energy sector, both in the renewable energy and both in other points. I would like to talk about our services in renewable energy for roof and field applications, solar energy investments, for energy efficiency. We both work for efficiency increasing projects, and also for the transformation of light usage, and also tree generation or electrification is again our projects. And in our activities, we are also working with, from the beginning of the design process of the electricity and the solar power plants, we are also getting the project costs and meet the project costs so that the customer can have the high performance agreement, and then 5 or 10 years. The contract term is 5 or 10 years, and it's actually a work cooperation with the customer.
Let me talk about two example projects conducted by this model. The first one is Galatasaray Nef Stadyum rooftop solar panels, and the other one Birisa Aksaray plants rooftop solar panels. Their power is 4.2 megawatt peak. In Galatasaray Stadium, along with the solar plant that we established, 65% of the energy of the stadium is being met by the solar panels, and in the plant, 1/5 of the energy is being met by the solar plant on the roof of the factory. With this method, CO2 emission decreases 3,000 tons per year, and it is an important contribution. Last 3 minutes, by the way. Yes, this is the end of my presentation. We mentioned about EPS-based market, and also energy performance contracts need to be bettered. And what are the focus areas? Let me tell you about them a little bit. We do have three main items. The first one is the legislation, market, and the infrastructure. As for the legislation, licensed facilities should come to a position where they can trade the energy, and the legislation should be amended accordingly, and depending on the needs of the related sector, the legislation should be revised in a dynamic fashion. On the market side, financing opportunities should be increased. There are some idle facilities in terms of total investment. We need to increase awareness in that regard. And solar energy sector is being discussed very much, and PPA model should be applicable in Turkey. And the practices in the public about energy performance contracts started, but they should be scaled up. In terms of infrastructure, new buildings, they should be designed with the infrastructure that is in line with the energy efficiency, and local technologies should be supported. It's of great importance. And along with that, there should be facilities, plans for energy and for the distribution betterment activities. R&D efforts are required. That's all I would like to say. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. In Elif Hanım's presentation, maybe we need to emphasize one slide as a take-home message. I think the most important thing is about the energy efficiency, electrification, and renewable energy. These are three matters that we will be discussing for the following 3 decades. Energy efficiency is number one. This is where we say it in a renewable energy fair, but that's the correct way to go. The second one is the electrification, and last but not least, renewable energy. There is a risk we can produce all of our energy from renewable resources, but we might be using it inefficiently. Today, if we produce all our energy from renewable energy resources, and if we can't use them efficiently, then it's no use. We need to be using the resources in an efficient manner. We need to be efficient first, and then we need to be applying it in the renewable energy plants like the sun, the wind. I'm not going to ask any question because we're out of time. If you do have any questions, We might get one or two, then we will adjourn the panel. We explained it very well, I guess. Everything was very clear, so we don't have any questions. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank to the organizers of this fair, the managers and our colleagues from SolarEX, and on behalf of my association, on behalf of EODAR, Energy Efficiency Management Association, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to thank our panelists for your time and for their presentations. I adjourn the session here. Thank you very much. And next, following speakers. Can we invite you here for the microphone?
Sıradaki konuşmacıları bu tarafa alabilir miyiz? Evet, şu koltuğa koyabilirsiniz isterseniz köşede. Beyefendilere gidin isterseniz, ikisi orada. İki kişi, iki kişi. İki, üç. Evet, moderatör de hanımefendi.
Bu 3, 6, 2, 3 yatak. Diğerlerine bakıyoruz. Süngeri yok ya. Ha, bana bir tane bundan verin. Sen nereden çekeceksin? Ali biraz Ali Alman biraz No Turkey. Deneme. Yapalım
Deneme 1-2.
Gel. Ses.
Tabii ki.
Başlayabilir miyiz? Herkese merhaba. Gecikme için çok üzgünüz.
Hi everyone. Gigawatt established power to have it by 2033. What should we have as a roadmap? Today we are going to have brainstorm together, and I do have questions for our panelists. Welcome, Mr. Eren Urgur, Ateş Erenel, Yusuf Bahadır Turhan. Before starting our session, could you please introduce yourself very briefly? We can start with you. Thank you very much. No, it's inaudible. We can't hear the speaker. Welcome. Thank you very much for being with us. My name is Eren Engör. I have been working in the solar energy sector for the last 2 decades. I represent here IBESA, International Energy Storage Union, and we have been exerting great efforts with my colleagues and friends for so many years, but we couldn't make it without your presence, and I hope that we will enjoy these discussions. Welcome. I would like to thank Eren. He is with us as a pirate speaker. Normally, Birol Ergüven was there as the speaker, but he had to go to the States. Pınar Eser couldn't make it because she is sick, and Eren, thank you very much for joining us the last minute. I have been working in Turkey solar energy sector for the last 25 years. Solar Vision is the digital platform that we have, and in the clean energy sector, Solar Presume, we do have a market-based portal bringing the producers and the consumers together. Hi, Yusuf Bahadır Turhan. I am the vice founder of TBT Energy, and I'm renewable energy investor. It's short, but we will continue our chat in the minutes to come. Let me first start with Ateş Bey. In the first round, how we can draw a roadmap for Turkey, that's what we would like to discuss. First of all, what should be the scope of the roadmap in the solar energy sector for Turkey be? What kind of cooperations can we have till 2035 in order to catch 53 gigawatt target? Can you give us the general framework? If you noticed, we are in the biggest solar energy fair of Turkey. 4 halls are full, and such a great interest is a very good development for Turkey. This is what we need to pursue right now. There are 300 companies inside, and we do have thousands of visitors, and the theme is the solar energy. The purpose of the visit of people here to this fair is not a social one. They're looking for the solar energy for their house, building, farm, so on and so forth, what they can buy, what kind of a financing they can find. They're looking for the answers of these questions. And 4 or 5 years ago, our fair was 1/10 of this size. 53 gigawatt target was set by the committee, by the Ministry of Energy. They published an energy plan for the upcoming 15 years, and we were expecting a conservative number. 53 gigawatt established solar power capacity surprised us positively. After this target was published, nothing else was discussed. How are we going to reach that target? It's very easy to utter the number, but in reality, it's not easy to implement it. And Bahadur has been in this job for so many years as an investor. Eren is like that. And 9.6 gigawatt established solar power is what we have right now. And in order to reach this number, hundreds of conferences, hundreds of fairs, hundreds of discussions, arguments, meetings with Ankara, the legislation published in the official gazette and our objections, so on and so forth. As a result of all these efforts, we reached up to 10 gigawatt maximum. And in 12 years of time, we need to establish 43 gigawatt more. If we are going to do that, then this fair is going to double, the size. And the number of people earning their bread out of solar energy will increase 5-10 times, and solar energy sector becomes an admiral ship. Because every year we are talking about an extra 4 gigawatt established solar power capacity. We already proved that it is possible to reach this target. In 2017, with those days prices, 2,700 megawatt. It is very close to 3.3 megawatt target of the yearly. We achieved it in 2017, and there is no reason that why we can't achieve it again. We need to have the will to do that, and of course the government will be the pioneer of that, because the investors cannot get that achievement on their own without the support of the public and the government. We are also waiting for the elections. No matter which government comes to power, I hope that they will support this process. Thank you. My question is for Bahadur Bey. 53 gigawatt target. When you think about it, what are the biggest challenges in front of Turkey? When you look at the legislation, which amendments should be made in that legislation in order to catch up with this target? Yes. We have overcome the first challenge. The first challenge was to have such a vision, but in National Energy Plan, we saw that they mentioned about this vision. This was published at the end of 2022, so it is 13 years of plan. Additional 43 gigawatt capacity means that we need to achieve 3.3 gigawatt capacity increase in a yearly basis. This target is a known target actually with Solar Gigawatt, 3 gigawatt. I'm the chairperson of that company. I think we convinced them to have this vision and this dream. And our first report was trying to explain that this is not only a dream, this can be a reality. I think that was the first and the biggest challenge, and the public changed their opinion. And for the first time, you know, we are now in a good position. Wind, geothermal, or hydro, in any other renewable energy source, we don't have such a passionate target. So we have overcome the first challenge. I look at the challenges multidimensionally. The obstacles on the public side, the obstacles in the private side, and the obstacles on the customer side. Because we do have the individuals in the sector. The obstacles on the public side, when we talk about them, technically, you know, TEİAŞ and the other distribution companies, I mean the network operators, their technical approach to the matter should change because they believe that the network cannot handle such established capacity of solar power, and they are quite conservatists, and our demand in Poland 55 megawatt, and we do have an established capacity of 125, so we are still discussing whether we can have 55. So I think this ratio is about 70 to 75% in modern networks. So there's a way to go without even doing nothing. And we issued energy storage regulation as well, and many applications came afterwards. In the 5 years of time, 5 terabyte per hour storage capacity can be caught. So you have an extra storage chance in your hand. The network flexibility issue will be resolved. We need to be explaining it for the technical people. And second of all, you know, sun is a very flexible resource and it can be used in various fields. What are those? Not only on field or the roof, we should not be limited to them. Agricultural solar power plants, or swimming, floating power plants, or building integrated solar power plants. We need to be explaining the versatility of the resources. The public is not knowledgeable in that regard right now. And in 3 years of time, when you provide them with the correct information in a transparent manner, it is easier to communicate. As for the private sector, the biggest challenge for the solar power is that when the electricity prices is low, they don't attach any importance to the solar power. There was a high price increase, then they noticed that solar might be an alternative. This should not be considered as an income generator. It should be considered as an efficient approach. For the self-consumption purposes, there is a perception that self-consumption should be given the priority. I think this perception should be changed. Industrialists, when they say, if I do that for the self-consumption, it should be given to me I should be given the priority. But why? There are companies with the teams working in this matter for so many years. Not everyone should be energy investors, especially in big sizes. You might be a very good textile guy or furniture guy. You might be producing them, but I'm an investor for the last 13 years in the solar power. With the permissions, authorization, techniques, and the operation, I have had the experience. Why shouldn't I reflect this experience to the sector? Self-consumption should be handled with the renewable energy. It's green PPL to additionality. The energy investors should be brought together with the big corporate energy consumers. But there is no demand from the private sector. That's our issue on the private sector side. They're not willing in that regard, I mean the private sector. As for the individuals, of course, there are many things. People, when they put 10, 20 kilowatt solar systems, they are not only a system producing electricity, but also it is sustainable and it is environmental friendly, you know, because each kilowatt per hour electricity is substituting the carbon fuel and it is decreasing the climate effect. And there might be other reasons, especially for Turkey, because 98% of the fuel is being imported, so the economy is going to be reinforced, you know, not indirectly, directly it is affecting it. The coal imported by Turkey was $5.5 billion and the natural gas $6.3 billion, and our foreign trade deficit is $143 billion, and 1/3 of it was used for electricity.
So I'm not talking about the heat that energy that we're using for cars or for buildings. So we definitely have to actually keep that information alive so that everybody easily understands it and raises the awareness about this area. Mr. Eram, so we're also talking about this new regulation as well, but on 2035, this 53 gigawatts is actually a very assertive target. We should do it step by step. So when we talk about the storage technologies, what do you foresee for Turkey? I do agree with Atesh. We need to take a look at quality and quantity. 53 gigawatts and 105 gigawatts doesn't mean anything. It is important how to do it. I'm going to give you an example. Germany, everything started with 100,000 roof panels, and the number increased each and every day. However, when they were doing this, the technology has also developed at the same time. The panels that they are using are theirs at 80%. In the United States, they said that in 5 years we're going to reach up to 5 gigawatts, and the installed power was research and development. They installed it, and now like they have reached their targets. This shouldn't happen. This wasn't our dream. As a result of your question, the same thing is also about storaging, energy storaging. Really doesn't necessarily mean anything. As Turkey, we can actually reach target, of course, but after I live in lithium batteries, etc. They are all talk, but they are not talking about how to recycle it. You cannot. You should also think about this in Europe as well. So when we are talking about the future generations, then we definitely have to actually create the core of the issue, and we should actually think about the core of this basic issue in a proper manner, think about this in a proper manner. We should be no longer consumers, but also producers. But unfortunately, what I see today is that we are still consumers. I hope that with energy storaging, this will change, because the state is going to make us on incentives, definitely. If this realizes, then we can come to a sustainable market, definitely. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Satish once again. And I'd like to talk about, let us talk about April's Fool joke. It was like a manifesto that you have said. It was a manifesto that Turkey should do. Can you just talk a little bit about that manifesto? And I'd like to ask if up until 2035, if everything goes well, what kind of developments do you expect in Turkey, especially in the renewable energy policies, about the subjects that you were dwelling upon? What type of changes should be made? Well, we need to make a paradigm change. Those who are coming to this fair are coming with two goals, as Bahadur said. Most probably, a storage group is going to sell a free buses, or some other is going to sell electricity, or secondly, one person has a factory or a summer house, and they're going to build solar panels on their roofs, and I'm going to use and consume from what I produce and sell the surplus. This is the two motivations that why people think about the future of their children or the next generation. This is not the case. Been made yet. But I'm sorry, I have to intervene you. But in solar energy, the most important intervention, to my own opinion,
Mevsimsel depolama. Anlık depolama. Çok güzel teknolojiler var. Ama biz ne zaman insan türü olarak neden? Çünkü dünyanın toplam tükettiği, buna uçak,
karayolu, havayolu, deniz ulaşımı, çelik endüstrisi, insanlığın tükettiği tüm enerji
all energy consumed. Well, if there is one unit, 1,500 is coming from sun, and you can store it on a seasonal level. Seasonal storage is natural because there are many animals that are hibernating, as you know, and we cannot actually persuade the human being to hibernate during the winter time, I suppose. But animals naturally hibernate. For instance, collecting nuts, for instance, and hibernate for 53 gigawatts. I suppose in order that the world develops so fast, is that the most basic thing here is to have a seasonal storaging. Green hydrogen can do it. Green hydrogen is a I have question marks. I don't have actually, I have to think about it for a longer time. But in a few years, the quantum computer and AI has come in such a situation that we couldn't even dream of. But I do believe that the green storaging technology will develop as well soon, I guess. So what do you think, Eren? Yes, solar and storaging are going to be a twin that cannot be disconnected from each other, isn't it? But with the lithium ion, the seasonality cannot be overcome, I suppose. On a daily or weekly storaging on a local basis can be solved. Green hydrogen is not going to be there, I suppose. Don't think that green hydrogen will be available in the future. Only in land transportation, heavy land transportation. Maybe that can be used, but I don't think that we can use it in basic small vehicles. Well, I think that space mining is also another concept that we should think of. Rather than storaging, I suppose, very productive energy transportation lines have to be thought of, because the world has also certain latitudes in which there is no winter but only summer. So there are high voltage DCs, which is also very much important for the safety of energy. Due to renewable energy, this issue is now a debate. Actually, it's a very old concept. The AC transmission lines were debated. I suppose we're going to be talking about it again, and I suppose that the issue is going to be solved with it. And later, different storaging technologies will come. But in the next coming 23 to 30 years, the high voltage DCs, maybe a transportation can be made in the latitudes where only summer is to the latitudes where winter is. But the basic issue here is policies. So how can you get that those distribution lines from Africa? Because the policy, they have their own conflicts. Well, when you're transporting cobalt or other things, no problem occurs. And with electricity, I don't think no problem will occur as well. So, on the global level, I believe that we are going closer to a single. We're becoming even more global in the future. We will have the questions in the end of the session. Eren, what do you think? Well, before storage, photovoltaic, do you think that we have reached to the optimum product? I find the solar panel very primitive. Well, 15 years ago, we had the same product. What was the difference then? Because the only difference is the productivity has increased. There was a junction box, for instance, in the past. We put it on the roof and received the generated electricity. Yes, that is what I do agree with you. I think that I want to focus on this technology. Who is going to develop this technology, and where will the resource be? Where will be the source? It should be redistributed. Everybody should actually access to this. Even in Israel, they have developed very futuristic storage areas, as you know. I think one thing that we need to debate upon is this. And there are different types of projects that can be realized, but that they can only happen with storaging. You won't believe it, but these are still issues that are coming to the agenda with Multisoft. It's a technology of 20 years ago. It's once again on the agenda right now. The old things are not void or not left aside. They will have pluses or minuses. But on the other side, the technology is going to a very interesting way. Rather than being the twin of the solar, the storage will change the whole structure, I believe. And let me give you an example. In Australia, this is a solar. In Australia, there is a great record of having solar panels on the roofs. Just think about Australia. Everybody is living in villas. There are millions of roofs. But Australia in the last 2-3 years have also made a lot of field solar panel plants. But electricity has been decreased and the motivation has been lowered as well, because the electricity is coming from the fields to the cities, and it's cheaper rather than building it up on your roof. For instance, in the Sahara, when you build that solar, the Intersolar had a great project in the Sahara to put there the solar plant and distribute the energy to the whole world, and there were countries that were supporting them. But what happened? The PV has increased because the projects were based on CBSs, and China has increased the productivity. They lost their competitiveness. But the basic projects is CSP and Multisoft are actually the basic ones. This is something that we can call ideal, but we will go with different technologies. Well, thank you very much. When we are talking about different technologies in the world, there are also different dynamics. In the southern pole and the northern pole has different types of policies when we take a look. And of course, the development of the technology is affected definitely by the politics. As we're talking about our targets, we should also talk a little bit about the future potentials. In Turkey, for instance, in the past months, we had a great catastrophe, of course, and which also brings up the thought that how storaging important is. This is not the only crisis that we are going to face, of course. And in the past years, there is an increasing drought threat. It's a threat to the humanity, not only drought, but also there will be plenty of disasters, not only in Turkey, but also in the world. The increasing drought and the decreasing of usable fields, there is one thing that we can be actually dwelling upon, which is actually the agricultural solar panel plants. Actually, they can also respond to different catastrophes or disasters that may occur. Well, as you know, in Turkey, putting solar panels on agricultural fields is a sin. You cannot even talk or debate about this. I once said it, and they lynched me. Agriculture is very much important for us, they said, and are we going to hunger, they said. But now in the whole world, every single farm or agricultural field does have a solar panel plant, even in the Netherlands. So we definitely have to actually overcome the taboo. So actually, in the beginning, that's what I wanted to say. So first of all, we have to make people dream about it. When we talk about agriculture, solar panel plants, is that the concept is that while you are producing electricity, on the other hand, you are also producing your products. They do it all at the same time. You're using the soil all at the same time. You are actually increasing the productivity of the soil. But on one hand, of course, especially in Europe, because Europe doesn't have too much fields and too much space, they started using both of these lands. But later they have seen that rather than actually generating electricity, they have seen that the plant is also been protected by extreme weather conditions such as frost or, for instance, heavy rains, because you are sometimes using pesticides, of course, and the rain is totally draining it away. So there are plenty of extra benefits of it, and I agree, Bess, is increasing the productivity of the farmlands and also the quality of the products. So you have better spinach leaves, for instance, and later on they understand it in agro. And the first thing here is agriculture, of course, and then the second issue here is electricity generation in solar panel plants over the agricultural lands. So now this agro-gas has become very prominent. As Atisha said, people are lynching you. It will be soon, in which we're going to be talking about. We definitely need to actually grow our food in an solar panel system where agriculture is. So people are going to change their minds. There will be a change of mindset, I suppose. I believe that the agricultural solar panel plant is the future of the people, because we both are going to we're going to provide food for the whole humanity. But on the other hand, about climate change, I suppose we are at the stage of no return, and it is not quite easy to reach to the targets, because on an international level and on political structures, it doesn't seem likely to be that we can actually reach to the climate degree targets. So that's the reason why the humanity is going to live such 100 years that a drought and unproductivity of agricultural fields will definitely hunger people. That means cows. So that is the reason why agro solar panels are very necessary. As Turkey, we have a great potential, and we definitely need to say that there is no either agriculture or solar panel plant. They both can be done. They both can be done in a very productive way. And we have written in the report a lot. What are the advantages? What is not, etc. And 10 years ago, a decade ago, I personally said that in the end of the day, where we will go to will be sun. I mean, that's in 30, 50 years is what we are going to be talking about. And agriculture solar panel plant is also where we are going to end up. And we will see in the next coming 10 years. But we are not late as Turkey. In the world as research, and they are passing from research development to investment right now. But we are we are really good in research and development, thanks to the research and development centers such as in the Middle Eastern Technical University. But we are in a good stage, I believe. Yes, of course, the solar panel plant is going to be very much important for agriculture and vice versa, I suppose, in the future. We are almost ending up our time, and if you have anything to add or contribute, we can have your opinions. And let me just add as well. Well, Eren has said that, Bahadur has said that Agriculture is going to be very much important for solar plants, solar panel plants, and solar panel plants will be very much important for agriculture, as said. So I can see that. I wish that I had the opportunity to show you some pictures about the Atlantic Ocean. The Netherlands has a 2 gigawatts, is planning to build a 2 gigawatts of floating solar panels, and it's a research and development project that can actually resist to 7 meters of waves. A great research and development has been made. A floating solar plant is normally that we know is put in very, very tranquil areas. But as you know, all of the buildings, all of the factories are using hydroelectric plants. Everything is ready right now. You're not going to build up a new system over there, but if you have water in it, if you don't have water, next to the hydroelectric plant, you're going to put water there. The base load is necessary. The base load is very much important here. But as I told you, Turkey has coastlines to 3 seas, but I don't think that hydroelectrical plants are sufficient. Anything that you would like to contribute to? So, of course, the solar panels and plants are going to build up everywhere. We are not limited to anything. The technology allows us to do it. We start with solar, and storaging will be also making a great impact. In areas such as the Netherlands, we are going to see solar everywhere. In Sweden, in Norway, in the seas, we also see them as well. It's already been made. Well, I'm not talking about the far future. I'm talking about different geography, and technology is developing very fast because it's not anymore a monopoly. So with this motivation, I believe that we are going to advance quite fast. As for floating solar panel plant, I just want to give you information. The artificial lake areas, only 15% of them can be used. That means that 60 gigawatts of today's technology, we can produce electricity. That means that in the artificial areas, only by using the artificial 15% of the artificial lakes, we can generate a great amount of energy, electric energy. Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. Any questions?
Olmasaydı çok iyiydi. Ben ignore ediyorum komple bu arada.
Merhaba.
Hello. Cenap Kuloğlu, No Carbon Future.
Duyabiliyor musun?
Sesiniz şimdi geliyor.
Cenap Kuloğlu, NCS Kuloğlu, in Master of Solar Panel Systems and member of the Executive Board. So I said that what you have written as a manifesto should be given to the new Minister of Energy on May the 15th. It is great. The gentleman on the right said, as you know, 3 gigawatts every year. Last week they said 3.4. Well, that's easy. We are dealing with bits and bytes. Germany has a target of 230. Now Germany is at 60 gigawatts. In the last years we have made 10 gigawatts. I'm sorry, I couldn't manage to watch the panel from the beginning. But there is a target of 53, like 1,453, like the contractor in Masak. Why is this 53? Our think tank friends should question the number 53. then of course, true, yes, we should do agriculture as well. In Mardin Kızıltepe, the half of the cornfield is black. Why is it black? Because why is it black? When I also say that because we do not have the electrical energy at all. But we have to open all the possibilities. After the Ukrainian war, the world has changed. Every year, 3 giga should actually change to 10 gigawatts. So on 2035, we need to reach 150 gigawatts. That's what I wanted to say. My basic question is not the bits and bytes, but where to actually focus ourselves on in a proper way, and we need to question. So what we expect from think tanks is this. Of course, the agro-solar plant is definitely beneficial. I don't say anything about that.
I just get as 3 gigawatts target is just for managing the perceptions, you know, because we will not be sad, of course, when we increase the targets, you know. 5, 10 is not important, I think. The important one is to do the right thing, and then you will not need new targets if you do the thing you have to do. So these hydroelectric central people can say that, then you will not need the target, you know, because the farmer would like to make money, so they will use this without using these targets. Let's give them the infrastructure, then we can talk about numbers. And we just try to show them that it is possible. It's just a PR, you know, PR study. But when you say a number, people get excited, you know. Of course, it will be maybe 100. It's not only 53. So the main reason why we made this session is to eliminate the hindrances, you know. Let's walk and then run, okay? Any further questions? Hello, Kutlay Ünlü. I am an investor in solar power plant for 53 gigawatt. Why is it impossible? Yes, I know the figures a bit. Maybe I am wrong, but it is 10 gigawatts is still here. So for 12 years, the 43 gigawatts is left. So the production, why do you say that it is hard to reach the target? Because in 12 years, will there be no new producers? No, it was a misunderstanding. We all said that it's very easy to reach this target. No. But we just need some challenges we try to overcome. The legislations or another point? No. 3 years ago, we were talking about why 3 gigawatts per year is needed. So yes, it is very easy, but we just had some challenges to overcome. That's all. But it's easy to reach this target. The least is that way. It's not impossible. It was a misunderstanding. Sorry. The report was why it is necessary, how it is possible. So yes, we can do more, and it should be done. I just thought that maybe there is a hindrance coming from the public sector, because for the production side, we don't have any problems about that. Yes, I have an inverter brand. I didn't see such variety of brands in years, for example. I didn't see so many. I actually see a lot of brands here, a lot of inverter brands, a lot of local power panel producers. So there are a lot of brands here in this salon. So I'm very excited to see that. Of course, the capacity is opened, and of course, we don't have any challenges right now. Actually, it was a very simple calculation. Yes. If we even make 6 or 7 gigawatts per year, the target can be reachable, I can say. So for the storing, the capacity is again 200 gigawatts in Turkey for the application of the projects for the power plants, solar power plants. So it will be an hindrance for the others too. These systems are easier to do, to install, you know. I just thought that maybe it was a capacity problem. No, but because as far as I know, we have the capacity to produce it. No, it's the capacity is about maybe the trafo centers. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I just want to ask to Bahadır Bey. My name is Nurettin. Yes, you had talked about the challenges of business world. The business world, when the electricity bills were lower, electricity costs were lowered, they didn't want to take renewable energy as an option. But now, when electricity bills are higher and they have difficulty to pay it, yes, now they're all looking for new solutions. So if we find the right carrot to give the rabbit, of course they will come to us. So the question here, which carrots we should find to convince the rabbit, so the business world, you know, like the film producers, automotive producers, or all companies, we can make some new innovative projects with them. And so the business world needs to be persuaded. I just want to say that. I think it's possible for us as far as we find the right carrot. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. No one was looking for new energy options when electricity costs were cheap. But now they said that there was a subsidy. There is a subsidy and it is actually making you fooled, you know, because every elections year, because in every election year the government provided subsidies for electricity. But now with a small projection, people know that it will be more expensive. And it was 10% in April. 15% of electricity bills are lowered, but there won't be. We know that there will be new price increases after the elections. So it is just a projection. We don't need any carrot for giving it to the rabbit, you know, because it doesn't create with the cost thing. Actually, we just use it as 1/3 of the bill. Actually, we just pay 1/3 of the bill. So 15%, let's say, the profit is the electricity in Turkey. So to whom for the 15%? The producer, the electricity distribution companies, and so even the most expensive electricity bill by the industry is they have to pay threefold of electricity bill right now, for example. So they don't need any extra encouragement, I think, if we want to think about a new option, because everyone think that, oh, okay, what I'm doing right now, why do I pay a lot of money to these electricity bills? I can have a cheaper bill. So now they are looking for European Green Deal, for example. It will force me to mitigate my CO2 emissions. So let's do this. Because in terms of exportations, for example, we must export our cheap labor and cheap electricity. So if even the industrialist who is producing this think that, okay, this is not a sustainable policy, I will not compete with them in the future. So then I should find a new solution. They will think about that. So, as I said, it's always, as I said before, we don't need some new carrots to give to the rabbit, to the business world, because with these new investment procedures, you will have more. So, you don't need a guarantee, you know, for that, because we just need some points here we should consider in terms of public points. Today, electricity prices, for example, are not created by the dynamics of the market. It's just designed and managed by the public. So this is the reason we are talking about the challenges. Thank you so much. We would like to extend our thanks to all our speakers. So let's close this session. Thank you so much.
Sıradaki konuşmacıyı buraya alabilir miyiz?
Can we get the next speaker to give them the mic?
Evet, yabancı Cihanli. Nasıl okunuyor? Sıradaki konuşmacıyı buraya alabilir miyiz? Evet Cihanli.
5 kişi de şey yapıyor. Evet bu sanırım. Evet. Ama şimdi geldiler bakın.
Yani
evet bu ev.
Yeni mi geldiler?
Tekrar siz diyesiniz.
He. Sıradaki konuşmacıyı buraya alabilir miyiz? Gianni, Mr. Gianni. Siz burada... Ay.
Evet bizde şey yaptılar. Saatler biraz kaydı.
Yok bir uzun sürdü de o yüzden saat aktı. Yok şu an 16:20 başlıyor.
Daha gecikti.
Öyle gecikti kaydı.
Oldu. Biz, hayır o son haline bizdeyiz.
Siz sonrasınız. Biz gidip son. Bu nasıl okunuyor?
Global Solar Council.
Siz bize onları yerine alın. Onlar geç kaldıkları için diğer...
Onlar aslında geç kalmadı. Biz geç kaldık da onlar gitti mi acaba? Global Solar Council yoklar galiba. Siz alalım. Tamam. Geliyor mu? Siz 16:55 misiniz? Tamam sizi alacağız o zaman.
Kaçta konuşacaksınız?
Yok ben düzenliyorum da biz biraz sarkma oldu.
Başlayamamışlar. Abi olmaz o zaman biz yani.
Tamam biz sizi alacağız şimdi. Tamam. Mikrofonlarınızı takalım.
Nereye gidiyoruz?
Buraya. Mikrofon. Evet. Kaç kişiydiniz?
5.
Moderatör kimdi? Tamam. 5 kişi. Evet.
Yok sen bana sinyal yap.
Tamam. Bakın o zaman.
Ben sana hep bakacağım.
Tamam.
Sana bakarak konuşacağım. Benim.
5 kişiler var. Acele edersen. Biz önlerde dolanıyoruz.
Çok şey yaparsan bir şey yaparsın. Ben konuşmayacağım zaten. Onları konuşuruz.
Tamamdır.
Sen üniversite öğrencisin. Evet. Çok rahat.
Öğrenciyiz.
Sen de lise.
Evet. Üniversite. Üniversite. Gebze Teknik.
İstanbul Ticaret Üniversitesi.
Oo süper. Biz de Hamburg Üniversitesi. Siz daha doğmamışsınız.
Hangi bölüm?
Çok yakışmış. İşletme mühendisliği.
Ben kimya mühendisiyim.
Ben psikoloji.
Oo, siz diyor şu saatte bitirin.
Çok sarktı. Biz önünü alamadık.
Cem abi bizi her türlü gönderdi. Ben sadece sana bakacağım. Tamam.
İkinci konuşmacı kimdi?
He?
İkinci konuşmacı.
Bakın şöyle.
Sıra önemli mi?
Sıra önemli. Nasıl başlıyor? Yabancı şey. Buradan başlarsa toplar veriyor. En sona bırak.
2 sizin takalım o zaman. 2 burası.
Mikrofon vardı bir tane beyefendi.
Bir Nigar.
1 moderatör sizsiniz. Siz
Bir
de 1.
moderatör ben.
2 o.
2 o.
3
İki
Nigar.
Nigar geliyor.
O zaman
Yani sizden
Nigar
daha
Hanım'mış.
güzel.
Nigar. Nigar Hanım.
Bir tane beyefendide şey vardı, mikrofon vardı. Nereye gitti?
Dur bir dakika. Ben arıyorum. Siz arayın. Tamam ben
Evet.
Zaten 17.35'te başlıyor yani daha var.
Anladık.
Ama
Tamam siz geciktiniz de. Biz buradayız.
Nigar Esin Hukuk. Şu kırmızı olamaz değil mi?
Nigar Hanım. Danışmaya lütfen.
Şimdi Nigar Hanım'la başlıyoruz. Nigar Hanım bekliyoruz sizi.
4 hanımefendi. Evet.
Bekliyoruz sizi. Başlıyoruz. Siz şeysiniz, VIP'siniz unutmayın. Geçin. Yasemin Hanım var, onun cebine atayım ben size. Araba plakasınızı yazar mısınız bana? Ben sizin araba plakanızı verdim. Tamam. Yasemin Hanım şu anda hem araba kullanıyor hem online toplantıda yani.
Çok gecikir mi?
6 dakika diyoruz.
Ama oradan bir
Tamam
de
biz
burası.
başlayalım. Biz
Evet,
başlarız.
tamam.
Tamam, biz başlarız. Hakan sen de başla. Yasemin de Yasemin misin? Nigar da.
Nigar Hanım.
Yok. Müşteriler gelmedi.
Gelirler. Azaldı
Anons
sonunda
mu
oldu.
ediyorsunuz?
Yok. Onlar elinde var zaten. Ona göre gelmek isteyen geliyor.
Okey. Hadi geçelim o zaman. Gelsin tamam. Okey. Psikoloji kaçınız?
3.
Benim kız arkadaşım psikologtu Almanya'da. Beraber okuduk. O bitirmişti üniversiteyi.
Sizin bir şeyinize bakacağım.
Neyine bakacağım? Ben şimdi bütün konuşmalarım duyuluyor mu?
Tamam açıkmış.
Şimdi duyuluyor mu benim konuşmalarım?
Hayır hiçbir şey duymuyorum.
Şimdi başka kime takıyoruz?
Aynen 5. kim?
Abi Nigar'ın yolda hem bir toplantıya götürüyor hem de arabayla geliyor. 6 dakikası var.
Ne bilirsin sonradan o akıllı. O özel kaydı çok iyi oldu. Yerine oturdu.
Bizim supervisor dedi ki siz dedi şey gitmekle fazla uğraşmayacaksınız.
Tamam başka mikrofon var mı? Başka birine takılacak mikrofon? Takıldı hanımefendiye. Bu kadar. Bir de Nigar Hanım.
Evet.
Tamam.
Nigar Hanım geliyor 6 dakikası var.
Tavsiyeler ettiler.
Tamam. Biz geçelim.
Peki buyurun.
Nigar Hanım beni bulsun.
Gelecek en
Ben
güzel
kapıda
bayan
bekleyeyim.
hukukçu böyle yani.
Güzel
Şey,
bayan
güzel
bekliyorum.
hukukçu.
Güzel bayanlar buraya.
Dur resmini göster.
Evet gösterin.
Ben de bilmiyorum resmini.
Yok. Ne olacak?
Nigar Gökmen mi? Nigar yok bu. Burada da yok. İşte 2 tane. Ben bilmiyorum.
Ne?
Gördüğümüz
Ben
her güzel
sanki bir
kadına
dakika
soruyorum.
ya ben onu nerede gördüm? Ya şeyde resimli gönderdiler. Size gönderdim ben onun resmini çünkü hani tanıtma şeyinde. Dur bizim
Biz
şeyde
yok, biz
Bir dakika,
başka bir
heyecan.
ajans. Ha genç. Ama genç. Güzelmiş cidden.
Yani sen de bizi gördün herkes ihtiyar mı olacak yani?
Biz de götüreceğiz. Yani kim geldi, kim gitti.
Ben şöyle... tamam.
Gel abi.
Sesimiz geliyor galiba. Tamam süper. Bence
Öyle
şimdi...
değil mi?
Sen öyle otur abi.
Tamam o zaman siz de böyle oturun.
Siz de böyle oturun.
Memnunum.
Ben seninle başlıyorum. Sonra sen de.
Tamam.
Sonra Nigar Hanım gelse Nigar Hanım. Ondan sonra siz de.
Tamam.
Şimdi bizim kaç dakikamız var? 40 dakika. Kaç kişiyiz? Beni duyuyor musunuz? Herkes duyuyor mu beni? Ha, güzel.
Siz konuşmayacaksanız onlar da konuşuyor.
Ben konuşmayayım peki.
Yazın.
Tamam işi bitirdi yani.
Abi bence sen bir girizgah yaparsın.
Ben bir girizgah yaparım.
10 dakika al sen.
Tamam biz 5 dakikada bir.
Tamam. Benimki mi? Alo ses bir yankı yapıyormuş. İyi mi? İyi tamam. Başlayalım biz. Kimse yok. Anons ediyor musunuz gene? Okey.
Teknolojik.
Evet biz başlıyoruz. Yani müşterimiz az ama biraz sonra belki yani konulara girdikçe yapabilir.
Tabii.
Tamam. Şimdi bir konuşmacımız daha yolda Nigar Hanım. Bir 4 dakikası var. Şimdi şöyle.
Okay, let's start. First of all, I would like to talk about there is a new decision decided in the Grand National Assembly. Now, gas and RES, solar and wind energy power plants are now included in the new energy plan. And then will be a yekten price in the regulation. This is a new development. So we are the sector is waiting for new yekten because it is Turkish lira. We didn't have new investments because we were waiting for them. So I just want to add that the production costs are very high. For an unlicensed, 50% of the electricity bill goes to the production rate. So I don't want to talk about too long. I would like to give the floor to Hakan Bey from Garanti Bank because Hakan Bey, the interest rates are high right now and the investors are having challenges to find new loans. So how an investor comes to you and after they give you the feasibility, what do you do in terms of financing them? Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Cembe. My name is Hakan Gülhan. I am from Garanti Bank and I am the financing and investment director of the bank. I have been working with Mr. Cem and with Güneş Hanım so long. Okay, is my voice okay? Okay. Unfortunately, in the last 3 or 4 years, we have a trend going downwards, of course. What is that? For the wind and solar and hydraulic energy plants, I think it's because of me, yeah. I think it's okay now, okay. Our investments are lower, yes, so we need some new investments, especially the country needs electricity. So as the bank, we have a lot of things we can do. We are doing our best to meet the needs, but the formulation, the investor, state and bank, we need to create the correct formulation for that. So sun is the king. If you want to do an energy job, you have to choose sun, people say, because this is business topics, as you know, I know, but we said that dam, it is high, water is not okay, wind is not so, yes, it's successful, but it's hard to calculate. But the easiest way is sun, actually, because it's easy to install, the investments costs are easy, so it can be even the roof of your home or the roof or in a field. So while talking about sun, in many like in many energy, we have three legs. What do we search for as the bank? First, we look for the electricity price. What will the electricity price will be, and then will it pay off itself, and thirdly, the interest rate, of course. The interest rate. And the third important point is the production. Will they produce it or not? And the third is if they will produce it or not. This is the investor. The second topic is interest rate. It's the bank's job, of course. And also I can include the world throughout the world, the economic developments throughout the world. And the first topic is electricity price. You cannot control two of these topics. You cannot control interest rate, you cannot control electricity price, and I cannot control it. So we couldn't even control the natural gas, for example, because the natural gas prices are higher and you cannot control them. There are some bad stories here. So here, what do we need as the banks, as the investors too? First, controlling electricity prices or managing them. Cengiz Bey giving good news. Yekdem was good because Yekdem gave the prices with the dollar basis, and as our calculation in the feasibilities we actually solved the most important session, because electricity price is fixed, it is okay by the calculations of the Yekdem. So we have to do something with the electricity price. And the second topic is, okay, if we solve electricity price, the interest rate. Unfortunately, the interest rate, we had Turkish lira, the dollar, it is very high. They are all very high. So what people do in the countries, especially for renewable energy, there is a support and grant mechanism working there. We also have loan investments, etc., and encouraging them for taking these loans. But these are some periods that people shall do, you know. IFC, World Bank has made some funds available for that purposes, but today, now, from the world or from Europe, we couldn't expect some new grants from them, but we should expect some new grants from inside the country, you know. So the state, the central bank, we should demand from them that if you want to make an investment or here, it should be that place. It should be that topic, on that topic. So as if we solve all of them, then yes, it's shown that as if we control the interest rate, but the interest rate is defined and decided by the central bank, as you know, and the inflation rates, etc. There are a lot of calculations here. So the bank is responsible for distributing the resources they have taken in the best way. So as you know, so to find the right projects and finance them. So we distribute these resources to you. We look for the feasibilities given to us by you, and consider them with the help of the experts we are working, so that we can transfer these resources to the rightest place, the most important and the most the most important ones. So yes, let's say that it's for $7.3, for example. Or people say, you say a figure and then we fixed it. And then the second part is resources, of course. It is a lot of attention is paid here. A lot of attention is paid to energy, and the sun is the king here at this point. So in the near future, I think people should decide on new grants and subsidies for solar power plants. Thank you so much, Hakan Bey. I would like to give the floor to Murat Bey. As you know, today we are talking about 12 gigawatts of wind energy and 10 gigawatts for sun and geothermal, and 31 gigawatts water hydroelectric power plants. So it is thanks to YEKDEM, but YEKDEM was in foreign currency, in a dollar, but now it is in Turkish lira currency, and people are excited to get the new supports and grants. What are your expectations about the loans? And what are your expectations about the incentive credits? So, I agree with Hakan Bey, actually. I think that we need a balance here too, because yes, the sun is the king, yes, because it's easy to install and it is supplied easily when compared with wind in terms of infrastructure. Maybe sun is the priority, or it can be preferred more, but sorry, pardon me, but I just want to saying sun is the king is not so okay for me, because you shouldn't define that you are pro of that thing or con of that thing. Yes, I am, because the member of Turkey Wind Energy Board member. So of course I should say that I should disagree with you. Because yes, we are making hybrids, you know. Yes, hybrid is okay. Hybrid is the best. So let me talk about myself. Sorry for that. I just talked about myself. My name is Murat Çolakoğlu. I am from PwC Consultancy Company. I'm the partner of the company. We are the leader of energy investors and also the Turkey Wind Energy Union presidency. And also I am the member of GİAD and I represent company. So as the consultant, we should be in equal distance to everyone, I should say. And in my opinion, when we have some choices, you should also fictionalize some choices, you know, because you shouldn't ignore the other options, I should say. And in the next panel, Ateş and my friends were talking that the sun should be prioritized, or it can be done easier. So I'm not a technician. I am related with the feasibility and investors, of course. But for me, in all the points we are talking about in the discussions, it's also something related with the efficiency, of course. So if you only connect yourself to to one king, and if you direct all these investments with this perception, then of course you can be also, because these power plants, the sun goes in the morning and goes down in the evening. So in the evening you cannot produce energy. So we should also talk about the challenges, and we should also support maybe these challenges. Yes, YEKDEM, new and old YEKDEM are new conventions we are now talking about, new notions we are talking about. But now people saying that, okay, for paying off these points, there's a challenge for paying off that. So for MİAP or TÜREP, we are all thinking that it is easy to solve.
Birazdan
I won't be talking about the incentives or subsidies that you may already know. I would like to talk about things which are less known. Sun is very popular, as you all know. I would like to give you the numbers of the incentives given for the solar energy. In 380 total, 383 incentive documents were given, and 308 of them were for solar energy. In 2020, total incentive document 619 and 468 for solar, and in 2021 646 incentive documents were given for solar energy. So sun is the king, as stated by Hakan Bey. Ibrahim is around. As a result, yes, in terms of the incentive documents for solar energy, yes, it is one of the most important ones. There might be some different reasons. Wind is more difficult, the authorization processes are longer, etc. About the authorization process, Turkey is quite lucky. We always say that there are many challenges for the authorization, so on and so forth, but in order to have the solar energy license, 33 different authorities should allow you to do so. And of course, that's a burden. Last year in November, I think it was in November, there was a meeting in Rome. The chairman of the Union of Wind Energy came together there, and they asked me about the authorization process. How many years? You know, everybody asked me that question, and I was sitting next to the chairman of the Greek Union. He told me that it is 7 years if you're lucky. And our lawyer is now with us. If they don't open any court case against it, it is 7 years for a wind power plant. And I had similar chats with the chairman of the unions from Europe. The shortest I heard was 4 years. There was an investor and also the chairperson of the union. He said 10 years for a license. Therefore, I'm talking too much. I'm going to spend my time. You know the incentives, subsidies like the VAT, other stamp tax, etc. I would like to make a comment about the timing and also give you a recommendation. My recommendation is that about the incentive document, especially about the solar energy, with license or without license, from Energy Regulation Board, you need to wait for it in order to apply to the Ministry of Industry. During that period, for the field, for the real estate, with the purchasing condition, you sign a contract, then there's the stamp tax, then it's approved at the notary, there are other taxes, you go to the other institutions, etc., etc. And about them, under normal conditions, as an investor, you have to bear many, many challenges. There's an exception about the municipality income, but you can't use it during that process because it's not your application, because after a certain point your application is being accepted. As TÜREP, along with DİAD, we always discuss about this matter, and we are going to give a set of recommendations to the Ministry of Industry because timing is important. This is an important matter. If the costs have already accrued and you get the incentive document, you can't be refunded because it was before the date of the incentive document. You get the incentive from the Industry of Industry and Ministry of Finance audited because there are some exceptions. Discounted corporate tax is also incentive is also being given. It is being given by Ministry of Industry. It is being audited by the Ministry of Finance. So the authorities are different. My recommendation about the incentive is that there should be an incentive document practice which will be covering before the construction starts. Please wrap up. And conventional incentive systems, yes, they're good, but we need to be hearing unorthodox incentive systems as well. In my interview, I said that if you're a taxpayer, good taxpayer, if you pay your taxes and it's due, they give you a discount. Maybe environmentalist taxpayer concept can be developed. The conditions can be designed together. It might be about the renewable energy. It might be about the efficiency projects. If they are given environmentalist taxpayer certificate, they can be benefiting from some tax incentives, some discount in the corporate tax or discount in the income tax, revenue tax. This is not only affect the corporate itself, but also the employee of the company will be encouraged. Such investments in solar or renewable energy or the wind or the other model, it is faster and easier. Solar is okay if it is a solution, and if it is an efficiency investment, it can be regarded within this scope. Low-cost loans can be given. A special lane can be opened for such companies apart from the green loans. Last but not least, TÜREP and similar valuable unions like that, they're all working to open the path for the investors and to improve the market. You're all in that. You present some recommendations. If they're not done, these institutions or organs lose its function and there might be some new needs born. I recommended a couple of points in previous meetings. Energy Coordination Council should be established. I mean, the giver authority of the document is different, auditor is different. All the parties should come together in the Energy Council Board and Energy Coordination Council, where exchange of information can happen and it gives you the predictability. Yes, thank you very much, Murat Bey. We have a lawyer here with us right now, Nigar Hanım. You do have foreign investors as your customers. What do they say? Would they like to make an investment in Turkey? What do they think about the challenges in Turkey? Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. When we say foreign investors, Murat Bey left in a very good place. I would like to take the subject from where he left. There should be incentives, discounts, VAT.
En çok baktık. So the first thing that they are checking out, all these incentives that they are providing, can they be received back? Or after the incentive has been given, am I assured, is there a warranty under this incentive? So the foreign investor, taking a look from a legal point of view, this should be given as an incentive, and what the investor is giving importance here. If I give this incentive, would there be any change at all? Because Turkey, with the YEKDAM mechanism, in the first 10 years, they given a great, actually, accession, and many countries changed YEKDAM, but Turkey didn't change the YEKDAM and implemented as it was. The 10 years of implementation was actually helping the renewable energy to strive in Turkey. And again, still, maybe if a new YEKDAM arrangement is going to be made, this should be definitely been protected, and that should be also monitored and not change. At least the incentive shouldn't be taken back again. So, okay, may I ask a question here? I'm sorry, I cannot hear the question. Without it's inaudible without a mic. It cannot be translated. Unfortunately, I heard your question, sir. Can you repeat the question? In which country is asking this? In our country? So the question was actually, are there any countries that are complaining about this? Yes, in some countries, for instance, in Italy, the YEKDAM mechanism has been returned. We have seen such examples, but in Turkey, the 10-year of mechanism was not retrieved back. So in the world, we could see such occasions, and that's the reason why the foreign investor is asking this. This incentive has been given, but can it be given back? So this is the reason why it's always good that you constantly emphasize that this is not going to change in Turkey. In the first 10 years, a great actually study has been made, and Turkey has passed the test. So when the investor has made its investments, there might be some changing financial situations, of course. There are financial institutions amongst us, they can explain it better perhaps, but when they are making investments, they are making the investments according to some certain balances. And the finances are done accordingly to this. The distribution costs are, for instance, the prices are actually calculated, and there are many other things like this. So this is also going to be that will promote these incentives. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, we have a very interesting guest here. He is a boss. They are producing panels, and we just have witnessed it. At 200 watts of a big panel became quite tiny, like an A4 paper. So the floor is yours. Could you please talk about the technology? Does it work? Yes, it works. He's from Iran, and he is a wonderful Turkish. I've come to Turkey 17 years ago. I can't speak very well Turkish, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have come to Turkey for 7 years ago. We have a nanocomposite laboratory, and we have worked on very interesting projects and the projects are changing in the world indeed, but actually we have succeeded in our projects. I repeat myself, I came to Turkey 7 years ago. I was just to Yeditepe University, and I'm still working there. With carbon nanotube and graphene, we have produced a very special product, and we were very successful. With graphene and nanotube, we have produced a panel. Nanotechnology, you all know about it. I can say it's a very different world. And this technology is very different than the silicon technology. I can give you some examples about it. Silicon is absorbing on silicon very low. However, in graphene, we receive it at about 83% of an actually accumulation. So I can say that actually graphene can produce much more silicon as a result, and silicon is working with photon, but graphene is working with infrared and UV and electrons. This subject became quite interesting. So if you build up a panel with graphene, you can produce 7-fold more energy than silicon. So in the world, those who are going to be kings and queens of the world are those who are going to generate electricity. So if you use this, and if we use this new technology, then we can produce our own electricity in the world, in Turkey, and also we can sell it to the world. But the production line doesn't necessarily mean to change. Because we are 100% local company, we can actually bring up our own raw materials. So we know that in a 100 square meter field, we can produce 7-fold more electricity compared to silicon. So these new technology, if made available, we will definitely advance. The university has a very special laboratory, but we need a bigger one. In Turkey, there is a great capacity for new technology. We have a great potential, but it's not used. So just to open an AC, for instance, we have faced a lot of problems. Maybe we can have more support, and we are expecting this support. I just invite you to our lab if you want more information. Hall 4, C12. If you can come to our booth, I will be more than happy, and we can talk in a more detailed manner. So I called Mr. Hakan, but you couldn't come. I was very much impressed, and I suggest you go there. It's the first time I met her. It's a very interesting technology. Well, we are always talking about glass panels, and production is made on glass panels. And what you do is, in small areas, you are making these glass panels I definitely would like to see the continuation of this. And we have been talking about trade mostly. But solar is not only a trade issue, but talking about the fabric of what you're doing. The individuals can also be involved. For instance, we can have a solar panel in our bag. For instance, everything can be charged. So yes, with this panel right now, you can actually produce your own electricity. For electrical vehicles or boats, for instance, I'm not only talking about industry, but it can support many different places. And we are by the way, I have to say that we are very happy and content from the Guarantee Bank. So it's not very easy to actually take the loans here, and that's the reason why I can say that I'm very content. My father definitely helped me a lot, and without him it couldn't be possible. Thank you very much. And yes, what Murat has said is very right. I suppose you can hear me well. Now, we're talking about a new energy. And we're talking about solar and solar panels, but the most important thing for us is the renewable energy. And I can easily say that I'm also the member of the executive board of TURIP. On wind, a lot of things have been made. As for Guarantee BBVA, in every full plant out of 5, it was made by the loans of Guarantee. But through wind, we have learned a lot. And there's still a lot to learn. But with the individual, with the SMEs, and with the private sector, we have to be working all in collaboration in solar, the distribution of solar, and to reach these channels through solar is very valuable, of course. And again, we wish that since the legislation is also supporting us, we are checking out where we can be more stronger, and we want to distribute the sources in a balanced way. For instance, in the earthquake areas, we had actually a meeting before I came here. We have branches, of course, a lot as a bank. And in the earthquake areas, in different types of compounds, in the compounds, there are so many areas where they didn't have any electricity at all. So we're working upon certain issues on how electricity can be used during crisis. So we wish that we could have a battery package, etc., and such. So we are always going to support that. Thank you.
We did it in Antakya. We created a live center and we use solar power there. I would like to turn to you if you have any questions for our valuable speakers. Yes. Hi. My name is Ali Soru from Sakarya University. I'm a physics teacher. My teacher and also my project friend, he came from Kazakhstan. He's an electrical engineer. Energy system transfers from Kazakhstan to Turkey, both wind energy systems and solar energy systems. In the joint approach, we are researching what we can do in that regard. That's why we are here.
Well, yes, I'd like to have an interview with you. You can come to our booth, but of course, our factory is located in Tuzla, Organized Industrial Region. Yes, you can visit us. You can come to our booth and I'll give you our contact details. After the exhibition, you can visit us. Yes, I'll be more than happy. Because we can work on super capacitators. We work on these chemicals. We have our project. Yes, I know that. They are also promising. But of course, I'd like to touch upon that issue. Yes, you can visit us in Tuzla region. After the fair, you can visit us. Well, you can have your dialogue. Maybe there are other people who would like to ask a question, because this is something your special dialogue, I guess. This is something related to that. Okay. Okay, I'll wrap it up. So if you accept that, we can have this conversation together. Yep. Later on, you can contact with her. Any other further questions? Yes, please. Yes, please. Hello. Sustainable Production Magazine editor. My name is Fatih. So since 2015, I have been working on magazines about energy, and since then, it's been all about renewable energy, and they have been stating how Turkey's potential in renewable energy is high. But now EU has announced their European Green Deal, and many companies are announcing their sustainable plans. So this is my question. In total, sustainability and Green Deal, renewable energy family of Turkey, why don't they have a project or a prospective look for future? Who would like to answer to this question? Well, if it's okay, I'd like to answer. If it is about role modeling, but I don't know, but Turkey is in the top fifth place in the renewable energy market. I don't know about your comment, but is this better now?
Yenilenebilir yatırım.
Turkey is in first 5 in terms of renewable investment capacity. This is not about being leader. This is about using its potential in its due. Turkey has made a big breakthrough in that regard, and we are in a good position in that regard. We do have 5 minutes. If you don't want to ask a question, I would like to turn to my panelists. If you would like to talk. We mentioned about Yekdem. We managed Yekdem very well. Italy, Spain, Germany, there were issues in all of them, but we managed it very well. When we were having the prices for the first time, we positioned them well. Sometimes following the technology gives you an advantage. Testing that technology and going later gives you an advantage, not only from the technology perspective, but also from the financial perspective. Yes, we have used the potential of Turkey very well. But for the last 3 years, the investment trend goes down, and from now on, electricity price, the resource, we need to sort them out, and 50 gigabyte wind power, 50 gigabyte sun, we do have the capacity to produce. In terms of financial resources and human resources, in 10 years of time, we can produce 100 gigawatt. And from the banker side and the legislation side, we need to work together. I completely agree with Murat Bey said. You hear me, right? Every year, 3,000 megawatt wind, 5,000 megawatt solar should be used. And Turkey has geothermal potential. Geothermal energy means heating, it means agriculture, it means greenhouse, it means tourism. And Turkey is very lucky. Wind, solar, and geothermally, Turkey is in a very lucky position, and we do have the equipment to make use of this potential, and we did it all together, and we can do it together. Our way is completely open. I would like to adjourn the meeting, adjourn the session. If you do have any questions, if you would like to make an additional point, thank you very much for participating. Thank you.